Morning, everybody. Got an Albar sighting. Yeah, that was crazy, Empire. Half-court shot to win it. 3 threes in 13 seconds. Yes, it is, Jules. Yes, it is. Feeney, I thought they got worn down. I thought the Gators kept them in it in the first half with 13 turnovers. I thought we actually dissected that game pretty good yesterday. I mean, Willard, the Maryland coach, said, I think they just wore us down. As the whole second half was going on, Golden was telling his team, we're wearing them down. We're wearing them down.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Friday of March. And we had a little bit of madness last night. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. It's the anniversary of what I contend is the greatest basketball game ever played. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing well, David. I'm a little tired. Been a long week already. I had a lot of, work this week, as you know, just different things during the week. And yesterday, got together with a couple of buddies in the afternoon who I've known since we played high school hockey together, and they live in the area. So we had a couple of beers and watched a little NCAA hockey in the afternoon that got me right to NCAA basketball last night.
No
what a good night
upsets.
it was.
No upsets, but close. No upsets, but close. Couple of dogs gave a couple of favorites a big time run, and one of them should have got it done. And no,
John Cal's going to be sick over this one for a long time.
Yeah.
To give up that lead that late, a 16-3 run by Texas Tech to force overtime.
Yep.
And then, obviously, in overtime, Texas Tech able to get the win in a nail-biter. But, man, oh, man, you got a double-digit lead. John Cal had never lost a tournament game when taking a 6-point lead or more into the half.
Well, and, they missed a couple of key free throws, and then Tech kept hitting threes when they needed to down the stretch, and Arkansas couldn't get the horse into the barn. And so Texas Tech will play Florida in a 1-3 region final in the West to determine who goes to the Final Four. And we got a 1-2 Elite Eight in the East. And let me tell you, nobody would have beat the 2 seed in the East last night.
No, sir. Not with the way they shot the 3-ball last night. What's that, a tournament record 25 threes made in the game by Alabama?
25 threes.
I mean, the Celtics looked at that last night and went, wow, did these guys shoot well?
Right. They shot it often, but, man, if you're going to keep shooting like that, what the heck? Would they shoot like 49 threes and 15 twos, I think, in the game? Something like that. I mean, they were 10 of 15 from inside the arc, and that wasn't the story. But Alabama, man, the two teams that were the scariest were Illinois and Alabama, because, man, if they show up with their A game, I'll be son of a gun.
Tell you what, I mean, Duke getting to triple digits last night, Alabama, they had 113. That could have been 120 easy if they would have kept their foot on the gas in any way, shape, or form.
Sure.
But I'm excited to watch that region final.
Yeah.
Roll them out and let these kids get after it.
Cooper Flagg, Mark Sears, let's go.
Cooper Flagg was phenomenal last night.
Yeah.
I mean, he was flat out phenomenal.
And he had to be.
Yeah, he did.
And he had to be. Because otherwise Caleb Love would have done it to Duke again, only this time in a different uniform. Cooper Flagg, 30 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists.
3 blocks, just
right
for the record, too. You want to throw that in. A little something for the effort there.
Yep, on the other side of the court, yeah. And Duke needed all of it. Duke had to shoot 60% to win. Damn. So we had some quality last night. We had some quality. We didn't get the upsets, but we had some quality hoop last night. Not always was the case in the first week of the tournament. But we had some quality last night. I mean, it's not like BYU played badly, and they just got run out of the arena.
Maryland hung around with Florida for 25 minutes or so, and then the Gators got their act together in the second half after turning it over and over and over again in the first half. Florida managed to take care of the ball in the second half when they only had 4 turnovers and were able to pull away from the Terps.
We had Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, on the show yesterday, and he said the assist-to-turnover ratio is troublesome so far in the tournament. And first half, 13 turnovers, second half, 4.
Eerily similar to what happened in the UConn game. from a turnover standpoint. They were very similar in how they played both of those games, with sloppy first halves and much better second halves. I don't know if you're the Gators, though, as the competition gets stiffer, can you continue to just play 20 minutes of good basketball?
Probably not. Probably not. But their 20 good minutes is really good.
Oh, boy.
Really good.
And their defense can be stifling. That's what is so impressive to me about Florida. We talk about Clayton and the way he shoots and their offense, but their team defense, their ability to get stops is fantastic.
And we were harping on it all week. We just thought Maryland's lack of depth would come back and cost them. Both coaches thought that Florida wore down Maryland in the game. Both coaches thought that. Florida's coach thought that as the game was going on. Willard, the Maryland coach, at least for a few more hours, all right, he said that immediately after the game. They just wore us down. How about this stat? Bench scoring 29-3, Florida. That'll work.
Every single day. And the Gators get it done. On to the Elite Eight.
So it's very chalky so far. 2 1s, a 2, and a 3. Does it continue? The ones are 8.5-point favorites tonight. Auburn and Houston, both 8.5-point favorites against a couple of Big Ten teams. Auburn against Michigan, Houston against Purdue. And then, well, a couple of tight games where the 2 seeds are 3.5 and 4.5-point favorites. Tennessee, Kentucky, third meeting of the year between the 2 SEC rivals. Michigan State, Ole Miss, tightest game on the board. Sparty just a 3.5-point favorite against Chris Beard's squad.
So that's tonight. We will complete the Elite Eight teams and see if we get the quality tonight that we got last night.
And does it stay as chalky? I mean, here we are, and we've yet to have a 1 go down. And for that matter, we've only had 1-2 go down. So almost got a big upset last night. Arkansas is a 10, nearly knocked off Texas Tech to 3. Would have set up an all SEC region final, but not to be. We talked about it yesterday, Mark, and as the day was unfolding, I felt more and more that we were right. You pointed out early in the show yesterday, what is Major League Baseball doing not scheduling a game until 3 o'clock? All right. What's wrong with 1 o'clock games? And I found myself yesterday, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, kind of like, man, how come a ball game's not on? How come we're not in Cincinnati or wherever we want to be? Why is a ball game not on?
You weren't the only one, David, because I had a bunch of driving to do yesterday. I had 2 back-to-back 40-minute runs. So I was listening to MLB radio. And the hosts at around noon were like, we got to wait 3 more hours for a game?
Right.
They were beside themselves.
Don't understand it. Especially since you've got real competition beginning at 7 o'clock. I mean, I would have wanted to get in as much baseball as it's bad enough they waited till Thursday. I mean, we would have taken a look at the calendar and said, guys, we need to play Tuesday and Wednesday when there's nothing going on. We need to own the sports
1, 4, 7, 10 and have 4 games on.
Yeah.
And dominate a day. But let's focus on the positive of the baseball season. And that really can only be about one team. You're right. I'm talking about your Miami Marlins. 1-0, baby. A walk-off. And the Marlins have their first win. 1 of probably 62 to 64 of them this year.
I don't know. That's being very optimistic, I think. That means, I mean, if they get 63 or 64 wins, that means they will not lose 100 games. Boy. I don't know if I can go there.
All right.
But, hey, they had people at the ballpark yesterday, 31,590. Not a good sign, by the way, when the owner's getting booed. They couldn't introduce Dan Marino quickly enough. They introduced Bruce Sherman, who's the managing partner of the Marlins, and the boos start coming down, and they're like, who's next? Marino, first pitch. Dan! Joining us. There we go.
Yeah, they're not happy with ownership there. That's what you do when your club doesn't spend any money. You got a new owner. What's his year? What for him? 2, 3?
Oh no, it's more than that. I mean, Sampson got forced out after like 2017. I mean, didn't Jeter have 4 to 5 years just Jeter, and Jeter got pushed out a couple years ago? I mean, it's Bruce Sherman's owned this team for like 7+ years now.
And done nothing with it. Other than collect paychecks from Major League Baseball because he doesn't spend any money.
The irony is they've made the playoffs twice under his ownership. During the 60-game season, they made the playoffs. They actually won a series. And 2 years ago, they made it as a wild card team. But yeah, he ain't spending any money. Not on players. That's for sure. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Two in a row, Adam. Hadn't lost 2 opening days in a row in a long time. Well, they messed it up for them too, Adam. In their last 56, they are.
You're dead to me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. A little more than 15 minutes away from the starting 5. Jim Larranaga is going to join us on the show. Yeah, that's right. Former Canes basketball coach, retired now. Talk a little hoop with Larranaga. Next hour, Pat Kirwan will join us, as he always does, or almost always does, on a Friday. So there we go. Part of our show today. Need to come up with a poll question. Will a 1 seed lose before the Final Four? Remember, Final Four's in San Antonio. We've had a San Antonio Final Four of 4-1s before. Happened in 2008. Still got a ways to go, but this tournament is really chalky.
Yes, it is. We'll see if we get another 1 versus 2, 1 versus 2. I mean, right now, what do we have? 1-2, 1-3, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Yep. Got 2 close spreads and 2 8.5-point spreads. But then again, Duke was a 9.5-point favorite yesterday, and Arizona gave them a run.
That was fun. I mean, that's you and I prefer it when they roll them out and there's a lot of offense and a lot of pace. And that Arizona Duke game had that pace to it. It did. And so did BYU and Alabama, for that matter. That's why Alabama and Duke could be a lot of fun tomorrow.
Now, granted, the one game needed overtime to get to this point total, but, the 8 teams that played yesterday, 7 of them got into the 80s or higher. So, and there is that stat in which to win the Natty, you have to average 75 points a game minimum in the regular season. It's tough to, that's why when Virginia won the Natty a few years ago, now granted, they had a couple of first-round picks on the team, and they had a couple of scares beyond belief. Auburn in the semis, Purdue in the Sweet 16. I mean, the basketball gods were shining on Virginia when they won it a few years ago.
And they have to be if you're going to be a team that doesn't play a high level of offense. I mean, you have to get nearly every break and win all the close games, and that's what Virginia did that year.
And obviously, we have not had a bunch of close games in this tournament. But now we're getting to the point where the big boys are playing the big boys, and at least last night, we had a couple of them. So we'll see how many we get tonight and then heading into the weekend. Opening day of baseball came and went for everyone except Colorado and Tampa Bay. Hey, folks in Tampa Bay have been waiting for this. It's opening day in Tampa this afternoon when the Rays host the Rockies at 4:10. Can't get started earlier? Really? Can't play at 1 o'clock, huh?
No. As a matter of fact, you cannot.
How about 2? How about we
Would be great.
compromise? How about we compromise? Can we start at 2? 210? Ah.
By
and
the
then-
way, you can still get seats for $71 for today's Rays game on the secondary market. That's the cheapest pair of tickets that I see.
Okay. All right.
Now, if you want to wait and catch game 2, cheapest ticket's $25.
There we go. Now we're talking. And the game is announced as a sellout by the Rays. That the opener today announced as a sellout. The crowd is a little under 11,000, I believe, is the sellout. So,
I am really curious of what the Saturday and Sunday crowds are there.
right, because if
they
you
don't sell out the weekend, 11,000 seats, then what are we doing? I'm just
I
for
know.
a second here. Let's just imagine in a perfect world that David's right and Sternberg's going to sell the team. And I don't think people are choosing not to go to Steinbrenner Field because of the owner. Maybe they are. Maybe they hate Sternberg that much that they're not going to the games. But I don't buy that for a second. That's not normal fan behavior. They don't quit going to games because of the owner. It's happened, and David can point out when it's happened over the last 50 years, but it's not a regular occurrence. But if Tampa can't sell out opening weekend right now, where the weather is absolutely perfect, it's the weekend, so we're not dealing with school days and kids not being able to go. Everything is set up Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And if they don't sell out, the St. Pete folks are going to be raising their hand going, see, Tampa doesn't even care about baseball. We're where you're supposed to be.
Also, no competition. There's no Valspar. There's, I think when the Rays are playing, the Lightning are not. So, so you don't have a game at the same time. So, no excuses. No excuses. Should be sell out, sell out, sell out. Hell, I'd argue every game should be sold out.
I totally agree with you.
Now, maybe a July or August game in which it's just so darn hot, I might cut you a little slack.
Right, but not now. Now the Lightning play at 2:00 on Saturday, and the Rays play at 4:00 on Saturday.
Oh,
so that's a little bit of a conflict.
A little bit.
But I mean, you could go catch both and walk into the baseball game about the third inning.
That is true. Listen, if the Lightning played like they did last night, you could just leave after the second when they're already up 6-0, and you can catch the start of the Rays game. My goodness. Lightning meant business last night. Man.
As that division's really tight. 1 point separating 3 teams. The Panthers with a game in hand on both the Lightning and the Leafs. The Leafs who lead the division by a point right now.
And that was a point in which they scored 2 goals in the final minute of regulation last night to get that point before losing in a shootout. So, yes, that division title. And it's important because if you win the division, then you don't have to play either 2 teams in the first round. You finish second or third, you got to go through the heart of the division just to get to the conference final.
Quick hockey geek moment for a second. Could you imagine if Toronto wins the division and then loses to Ottawa in the first round? Because that's whomever wins the division between Tampa, Florida, and Toronto, more than likely they are going to play Ottawa, who is the better of the 2 wild card teams. The lower wild card, which right now is Montreal, will play Washington. But could you imagine if Toronto lost to the lowly Senators in the first round, how impactful that would be north of the border? They might do their own anthem in Toronto if they lost.
They might take Trump up on his offer
Right.
Okay, it might affect them so much. Yes. So, in fact, if you're the Trump administration, you've become big Ottawa Senator fans. You're saying, well, this is then emotionally, they'll be a mess. We could put anything in front of them. They might say yes. Miller and Moulton. So, a lot going on. I mentioned it off the top. This is one of my favorite days of the year because I can live in the past with the best of them. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the best sporting event that wasn't the Miracle on Ice that's ever been played in this country. And it was 33 years ago today. Leitner hit the shot. We all know what the greatest game was. It was USA 4, USSR 3. But my vote for number 2 is Duke 104, Kentucky 103 in overtime. 33 years ago today.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Got any thoughts for poll question other than which one seed's going to get knocked out? We can put that.
Is today a day of any kind?
No. No, I looked this morning. The biggest thing today is, David, is it's Respect Your Cat Day.
What?
I'm just telling you.
Do cats want respect? Don't they just want to be left alone?
Unless they don't want to be left alone.
Right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour on this final Friday of March. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A reminder, if you're looking for American-made Viagra or Cialis, get sildenafil or tadalafil for as low as $1 a pill, filled right in front of you at the office for your convenience. It's easy. Just text Dr. Dollar 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Time now for
5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
Well, hoops are opening day. What do you want to start with?
It's your segment.
We'll start with hoops. The Gators committed 13 first-half turnovers and only led by 2 at the half. Second half, they only committed 4 turnovers. And they pulled away from Maryland 87-71. Florida, which started the year with not a lot of depth, outscored Maryland's bench 29-3 in the wearing down of the Terps. And now we wait to see over the next 24 plus hours, is Willard leaving Maryland for Villanova? Did you see the video of Maryland leaving the team hotel to get on the bus for the game? And the coach, is walking through and is getting booed by the Maryland fans walking through the hotel to go on the team bus.
Go to Villanova then. They're going to go right to Villanova. Screw them. I mean, what world do these fans live in? They're so damn unbelievable in their action. Oh, I'm going to boo you because you might leave and go to another job. How about focus on the moment? How about root your team and coach on to try to win a game and not boo them? I think that's ridiculous. I don't care what fan base does it. It's ridiculous. Because they wouldn't leave their damn job if someone was going to give them $1 million more somewhere else. They'd all leave their damn job for more money.
Well, first off, I don't know that Villanova's offering them more money. Reportedly, Maryland's offered to make him one of the 10 highest paid coaches in the game at over $5 million. Apparently, it's the sum of the other stuff. But
then boo your athletic director, boo your president,
well,
boo the guy from Under Armour who funds the whole damn program.
Well, the AD went to SMU already. They can't boo him anymore. All right. So if you were Willard walking through that crowd, you'd be like, well, blank.
I'm gone. Might flip them all the double bird and say, here we go, boys. I'll be in Villanova. You know what? How about we schedule a home and home with Maryland?
Florida will play Texas Tech in the region final. The Red Raiders were down 16 mid-second half. They were down 10 with 4 minutes to go. They outscored Arkansas 13-3 down the stretch to tie it, send it to overtime. A late bucket in OT won it for Texas Tech 85-83. So Florida, Texas Tech in one region final, a 1 versus a 3, and then a 1 versus a 2 in the East region. Because, boy, did the top 2 seeds light it up last night. First, the 2nd seed, Alabama. NCAA tournament record, 25 three-pointers made. Hell, Mark Sears had 10 of them himself on his way to 34 points. BYU played pretty damn well and got blown out, 113-88. Bama, Duke in the region final. Cooper Flagg, going to be your National Player of the Year as a freshman. Looked like it last night. 30.6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks. And Duke needed all of it because Caleb Love at 35 for Arizona. Duke had to shoot 60% to win 100-93 against Arizona. So a 1 and a 3 and a 1 and a 2 in the East and West region finals. Tonight in the South, Atlanta, the destination. Top seeded Auburn, 8.5-point favorite against Michigan. Man, that seems like a lot.
It does. It does. And, Auburn has not been great in this tournament. So I'm surprised to see the number as high as it is.
In fact, it's gone up. It's been as high as 9.5. Michigan State, meanwhile, just a 3.5-point favorite against Ole Miss in a 2-6 matchup. So 1-5, 2-6 in the South. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, and Mark, we haven't talked about this week. This is interesting if you believe that this matters at all. Houston is the number 1 seed in the Midwest, but the Midwest Regional is in Indianapolis. Well, just think of where the other 3 teams are geographically. Houston's playing Purdue tonight in Indianapolis. Houston's an 8.5-point favorite. The winner of that game will play Kentucky against Tennessee. It ain't that far a drive from either one of those 2 schools.
No, it is not.
To Indianapolis. So I have a feeling the 1 seed's playing, I don't know.
Road games?
Could be.
Well, especially if they're going to play one tonight against Purdue.
Yeah.
If Kentucky were to beat Tennessee, then they're playing 2 road games for certain.
You got that right.
And I think even if Tennessee wins, the Vol Nation will be out in support of their team, but not like Big Blue Nation.
Tennessee, a 4.5-point favorite against Kentucky. Kentucky has won the first 2 meetings this year against Tennessee. Opening day Major League Baseball. 28 of the 30 teams in action. Marlins with 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th before 31,000 and change Miami beat Pittsburgh 5-4. Yankees double up the Brewers 4-2. Astros beat the Mets 3-1. Second straight opening day, the Mets have lost.
Yeah, it's 2 straight bets I've lost on opening day on your damn Mets.
I know. They're 40-16 now on opening day in their last
They're
56.
0-2 is what they are, okay? Since the Hard Rock betting app has become legal in Florida, they're 0-2, David. That's all I care about.
Okay. All right. Right now, you jumping off that bet next year? Yes or no? Right now.
I'm tripling down.
Okay, there you go. Hey, this is a remarkable stat. Tyler O'Neill is his name. He plays for the Baltimore Orioles. He homered yesterday.
Yes, he did.
So what you say? It's the 6th straight opening day he's homered. He had the record with 5. Now he just extended it. I mean, listen, I don't know how many of you out there play fantasy baseball, but don't you have to play Tyler O'Neill on opening day? 12-2 Orioles over the Blue Jays. Red Sox get a homer from Abreu, a 3-run shot in the 9th, beat Texas 5-2. Cleveland, Kyle Manzardo, a homer and 4 RBIs. Guardians in 10 innings beat the Royals 7-4. Phillies in 10 innings beat the Nats 7-3. Padres with 4 in the 7th beat the Braves 7-4. Cardinals got a homer from Arenado. Sonny Gray with 5 good innings. St. Louis over Minnesota 5-3. Blake Snell got the win. Ohtani homered. Dodgers 5-4 over the Tigers. Amaya with 5 RBIs. Cubs 10-6 over the Diamondbacks. That's convenient for the Cubs, by the way. They do spring training in Arizona. They could just stay. Of course, they had that little trip to Tokyo.
Right.
The White Sox with 5 in the 8th pulled away from the Angels and beat them 8-1. Listen, I don't want to say this is a bad sign, but I think the Angels put a position player on the mound with 2 outs in the 8th to get the final out. When you're putting a position player on the mound on opening day, I think that's a bad sign. That's bad juju, isn't it? Karma, something? Also, first at bat of the year, Mike Trout got hit on the hand.
That's bad juju.
I mean, between Trout and the pitcher, I don't know. I'm not feeling good about the Angels. Giants with 4 in the 9th beat the Reds 6-4. Wilmer Flores with the 3-run homer to win it. And Seattle 4-2 over the A's. Mariners scored 3 in the 8th. Jorge Polanco with a 2-run homer decided it. Rays and Rockies, the last 2 teams who haven't played. 4 o'clock today at Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. Rays and Rockies. College hockey last night. Number 2 team in the country, Michigan State, knocked out. Cornell beat them 4-3.
Had a 3-1 lead going to the 3rd.
Single elimination tournament, too. BU 8-3 over Ohio State.
That was 3-3 going to the 3rd.
So
and Ohio State scored at the end of the 2nd. They disallowed the goal. It was after the time. It was the proper call, but a face-off late with like a 1.5 seconds. They scored the goal. Turned out it was after the zeros that hit the clock. It would have put them up 4-3 heading to the 3rd, and BU just bombed them in the 3rd.
So Cornell BU, winner goes to St. Louis. Meanwhile, in the Fargo Regional, Western Michigan needed double overtime to get by Minnesota State 2-1. And boy, Mark, North Dakotans hate the Gophers.
Yes, they do.
In hockey. So whenever the regional is in Grand Forks or Fargo, unless it's a Gopher fan in the building, everybody else is rooting against the Gophers. And when UMass scored in overtime to beat Minnesota in Fargo last night 5-4, the place erupted.
I will be pulling for Western Michigan for this point forward because one of our own here from Estero, who grew up playing hockey right in our backyard, is a current Western Michigan Bronco.
So Western Michigan and UMass in the region final in Fargo on Saturday. Later today, Bentley against number 1 Boston College, Quinnipiac against UConn, Denver Providence, and Penn State taking on the 3rd-ranked Bears of Maine. NHL, Flyers fired John Tortorella in the morning. Well, you had to bet him to win, right?
Yeah, you did.
We always bet the coach in his first
Right.
game in hockey. We got burned earlier this year once.
Got burned by the Wings.
But that's
But,
okay. Flyers snap a losing skid, beat Montreal 6-4. That's a
Bad
costly
loss for the Habitants.
Yes, it is, as they're trying to hold on to that final playoff spot. Ovechkin did not score in the 4-2 Caps loss to the Wild. Classy gesture from Ovechkin at the end of the game. It's the last time, unless these two teams happen to skate for Lord Stanley, that Washington will have faced Marc-Andre Fleury. 20-year goaltending career, won a couple cups, the whole deal. Ovechkin told all his teammates, get on the ice and shake his hand.
Yeah, they were leaving the ice. He brought everybody back on the ice as they were walking down the tunnel, if you will, and called them all back out to shake Fleury's hand. And remember, Fleury was with Pittsburgh and a lot of great playoff series between the Caps and the Pens over the years.
Lightning, 8-0 over Utah. Getzel and Bergstrand both with 2 goals. Tampa Bay now a point behind Toronto. The Leafs with 2 goals in the final minute to force overtime before losing to San Jose in a shootout 6-5. So the Leafs are a point up on the Panthers. Panthers' game in hand is tonight at home against Utah. Lightning are what? 2 points back?
The Lightning are tied with the Panthers with 89 points.
Okay, so the Leafs
has 90 points.
There you go. And the Lightning and Leafs have played the same number of games. So the Panthers' game in hand is tonight at home against Utah. They think Marchand's going to make his Florida debut. Ottawa beat Detroit 4-3. I think your Wings
Stick
are
a
done.
fork in them.
Yeah,
They're done.
I think they're done. Blues rally from a 2-0 deficit, beat Nashville 3-2. They have a 5-point lead for the final playoff spot. However, Vancouver, who's 5 back, has 2 games in hand. Calgary, who's 6 points back, has 3 games in hand. Calgary lost to Dallas 5-2. Okay. Necas with 2 goals and assists for the Avs, 4-0 over the Kings. The Kraken with 5 in the second beat Edmonton 6-1. Sidney Crosby scored last night. He'll average over a point a game for the 20th consecutive season, breaking the record held by Wayne Gretzky. Quickly, NBA, Orlando lost to Dallas. The Heat beat Atlanta. The Cavs and OKC both won again. Josh Giddey with a half-court shot at the buzzer to beat the Lakers 119-117. Bulls hit 3 threes in the final 13 seconds to come from 5 points down. Indiana scored 162 points last night.
162 in regulation. And pretty much did it. I mean, they were about 40 a quarter. It was pretty even throughout. They just pumped the Wizards last night.
162-109 in regulation, obviously. Houston beat Utah by 11. Sacramento over Portland by 21. Golf, PGA Tour's in Houston. 4-way tie for the lead at 5 under. Scotty Scheffler is 2 shots back. LPGA Tour, they're in Arizona. Your favorite, Charlie Hull. You know she's quit smoking.
Yes, she has.
The Brit, who was a chain smoking machine last year, has quit smoking, shot a 9 under 63 yesterday. She has a 1-shot lead. And that, at 7 minutes before the hour, was the starting 5. 5 big stories in Charlie Hull that you needed to know.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Friday of March. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Jim Larranaga in about 35 minutes' time. The retired former coach of Miami and George Mason. A lot to talk to him about besides the tournament. I mean, think about it. He took a power conference team to a Final Four just 2 years ago, but he took a mid-major to the Final Four. We'll get his thoughts about the current system. Is there a system, by the way, Mark?
Well, the one thing, I was thinking about, and I don't want to piss him off when we have him on, but what I want to ask him, what I'm most curious about is if he'll share it. Izzo made a comment. I don't even know how much, when he was going through his rant the other day about the transfer portal, he goes, I don't even know how much money I have. It was just a quick comment in that. Mm-hmm. But I want to ask Larranaga, so who's in charge of the money for your program? When you were at Miami and you had X amount of dollars for NIL, was it your money to distribute between players? Who's in charge of the money? I'm incredibly curious of that.
So a few things we think we can talk with Jim Larranaga about. Also, I'm going to try one final time, ladies and gentlemen. He's been really good to us over the years. He's probably come on 15, 20 times. Anytime we try to say something nice to him, about him, he totally shuts us down or changes the subject. He credits the kids or his staff. Well, now that he's retired, I'm going to try to get him to answer the one question I've wanted an answer to for years. Because if you look up Jim Larranaga's NCAA tournament record, it's outstanding. His team's almost always overachieved in the tournament based on seeding. He has to have contributed to that a little bit, right? I mean, right, Mark?
Yeah.
I mean, it can't all be the kids and the staff, right? He's had to have done something, one thing, to have helped George Mason in Miami over the last 15 years in the tournament. I just want him to admit to, upon further review, you know what? Here was a tip I was given. Here was something I did that the more I think about it was probably a smart move on my part. That's all. Just one thing that he contributed to his team's tournament successes, because so far, according to Jim Larranaga, he has contributed virtually nothing to the success of Miami and George Mason. It's all the staff and the kids.
David, you began the show talking about this being one of the great sports days ever. And you're right. Kentucky Duke is the gold standard by which we measure college basketball games. It is. And I don't know. I mean, even, last night's Duke-Arizona game was played at a really high level.
Yes.
A really high level.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not Duke, Kentucky. And I'm curious because the key contributor to that Duke team, while Grant Hill obviously is an amazing player, Christian Laettner is the guy everybody remembers. Hell, they did the 30 for 30. I hate Christian Laettner.
Right.
Fast forward 33 years. Cooper Flagg seems to be likable. He's the opposite of Christian Laettner. And I'm an unabashed Duke hater. I've been very upfront with that as long as I've been on the radio. I kind of like Cooper Flagg. I like watching him play. He's fun.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if I'm on an island or if all of you Duke haters out there are watching this going, this Cooper Flagg's pretty good. He's kind of fun to watch.
So he doesn't fit the Danny Ferry, Christian Laettner. You know where I'm going here.
Oh, I know exactly where you're going.
Okay. Cherokee Parks. All right. JJ Redick. Woj. All right. The really
white annoying guy for Duke.
Right.
White annoying guy for Duke. Cherokee Parks was more annoying than Christian Laettner. It's not close. He just was 10% of the player that Christian Laettner was.
Maybe.
But Cherokee Parks could be the most annoying basketball player that's ever put on a uniform, David. But Cooper Flagg, up until you got to Reddick, you were talking about big men that played the post. And Duke seemed to always have that guy.
Right.
Cooper Flagg's a slasher. He's a little bit of everything.
Uh-huh.
And he, to me, what are they, resting what face? They say, certain women have the resting what face?
Right.
Well, Christian Laettner kind of had that. He never looked happy. He looked annoyed.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg looks as if he really enjoys playing basketball.
Good.
He looks like he's having fun.
Good.
And maybe it's that I'm a lot older now and Cooper Flagg's so damn young and looks young to go with it.
Right.
I mean, he is barely a man. I mean, is he 18? He skipped the senior year of high school to enter college. He could be in high school right now.
Yes. He can fight for this country, but he can't rent a car. Right.
Well, you got to get to 25 before you can do that.
I know.
But
no offense with some of the rentals we get. I don't know if we should have to make them wait till 25. But that's interesting. We've had two people in the Twitch chat room who agree with you. Can't stand Duke, but I like Cooper Flagg. Look at that. You might be onto something. Is that our poll question?
It could be.
Is that our poll question? Normally, we hate the really good white guy on Duke. Can we put that in a poll question or not?
I don't know. I really don't know, Dave. Why not?
If you put it in parentheses.
Put it this way, our bosses aren't going to give us a hard time about it.
No, we're consulting with them right now.
By the way, on that note, if you'd like to sponsor the poll question, 21,000's the text line. I'd love to hear from you.
But that's interesting. So people like him, huh?
I got an immediate text from a buddy of mine who listens to the show in South Carolina. His wife is a Kentucky grad. She lives and breathes for Kentucky basketball.
Sure.
I have never met a bigger fan of any team in any sport. She is a diehard. She hates Cooper Flagg. Of course she does. She calls him Pooper Flagg.
Oh, okay.
That's a Kentucky fan for you. So you can't break all the bounds.
Right.
But I'm telling you, I don't like Duke at all. And I love watching Cooper Flagg play. I really do.
Okay. I like it.
And looking forward to the game against Alabama. Can't say it enough. Man, if we get anything out of those two teams like they gave last night, we are going to have a hell of a game tomorrow.
But Duke, Kentucky was 33 years ago today. Kentucky shot 57% and lost. They shot 55% from three. They actually made 12 threes, which back then was a ton. They had 24 assists to 12 turnovers. They lost. Duke had to shoot 65% to win. 50% from three. Laettner played 43 of the 45 minutes. And as we all know, was perfect from the field. Perfect from the line. 31 points.
It was a remarkable game.
Here's my question. And there's a lot of Kentucky fans out there and a few that are listening right now. Can you win a big game on March 28th? Or is this just one of those days in which you're doomed? I mean, when you saw the date and you're a Kentucky fan and you're like, oh, man, we got the Friday, Sunday regional. Damn, we got to play on the 28th. I hate March 28th.
I remember in the first half of that game, I was with two buddies, and we left to drive to a party. And we were driving separate because we were all going in different directions the next day. And I found it on the radio. And it was in the first half, and I was listening to that game on the radio, and it was as if I was watching it through my, I was just driving in it, and I could see the game. The announcer was perfect. And everything about that game, and then watched the entire second half and was just mesmerized by it. But I remember racing out of the car after the first half going, I've got to see this now, because it started that well. Everything about it just flowed perfectly.
For me, anyway, and it sounds like it was for you too, Mark, it's one of those in which you knew exactly where you were. I was at a sports bar in Enwell, New York, rooting for Kentucky because I'm a Patino guy.
I was rooting for Kentucky because I had bet on them. I had them winning the tournament, and, the brackets and all that was a bigger deal then. So I was rooting for Kentucky as well, but it was, I can still see on that last play the Kentucky defender that just stands there and does nothing.
I think it was Richie Farmer.
Yeah, just stood there.
Yeah.
That's the guy I blame. I don't know about you, but that's who I blame.
A lot of people blame Patino for not covering Grant Hill. What's amazing is Duke was in that spot earlier in the season at Wake Forest, and Grant Hill threw the pass out of bounds. And they came back, obviously, and ran it again, and the pass was a little better the second time. Lots of anecdotes from that play, from that game. All right. But the last thing that Coach K said to Leitner as they were leaving the huddle is, hey, 2.1 seconds. You've got time to catch it and dribble it if you need to. And he caught it and took a dribble, faked one way, turned the other. And we all know how it ended.
Miller and Moulton, 33 years to the day after what we consider the gold standard in college basketball. Hell, for that matter, it may be the gold standard in basketball.
We got some good action last night, some high-quality stuff. I mean, Alabama hit 25 threes. Caleb Love with 35 in a losing effort for Arizona. Cooper Flagg was terrific. Can we get some more of that tonight? Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
You have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
jumped up to 6th in my bracket thing after last night. There's only 2 guys ahead of me that have Florida winning the whole thing, and if I'm right, I'll pass them both.
Really?
Yeah. One had A&M winning a region. The other one's got Tennessee winning a region. So if I get Houston there and
Hey,
Sparty.
Can you move that piece of paper? It's just in front of the camera a little bit. Straight ahead of you. There you go.
That was the top of the cover for the lens. I'm like, what the hell?
Sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't. I saw it on the screen. I'm like, what is that? And I just had to. All right. How do we want to word this? We're going to go the
cats or dogs? What are we doing? Huh? Wait, what's the question again?
Super flag the first white player from Duke that you've actually liked.
Yes. No, I hate him too.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Looking for American-made Viagra or Cialis? Get sildenafil or tadalafil for as low as $1 a pill. It's filled in the office right in front of you for your convenience. It's easy. Just text Dr. Dollar 239-980-2302. 239-980-2302. Jim Larranaga in a little more than 15 minutes. He's been doing something I think interesting on his X account. He is posing questions to you, the fan, and making you play coach. His question this morning is, you're up 3. There's 10 seconds to go. What do you do? Do you foul immediately? Do you not foul and trust your defense? Do you try to play defense for another 5-6 seconds before you foul? What do you do? And he's had a series of these for the days on his handle of Canes Coach L.
For the record, I'm defending the entire court. Not a press per se, but I'm defending the entire court and fouling immediately when they get across the timeline.
Now, last night, when Arkansas missed the free throw, which would have put them up 4, there was 23 seconds remaining. Texas Tech got the rebound, didn't call timeout, worked it down, hit a 3 with 9 seconds to go, and then called a timeout. Chris Beard set up his defense. Because we've seen a lot of times where, the defense isn't set up and the offense quickly inbounds the ball and races down court and can drive to the rim, can drive and kick. And Chris Beard wanted to set up his defense last night. Or I'm sorry, not Chris Beard.
Not
my
Chris
bad.
Beard. Yeah,
he used to be a Texas.
Joey
Tech.
McGuire.
Yeah, my bad.
Coach of Texas Tech.
Yeah,
right?
he was there a few years ago. My bad. Beard's at Ole Miss.
Right. And hopefully he screws up tonight. Has a really bad coaching game.
Because he's playing Michigan State. So Mark doesn't care if Sparty covers. He just needs them to win.
That's it. I'm done with spreads. Just get to that game against Auburn on Sunday.
Although you did say
Michigan, for that matter.
You did say something during the break. Are you in position to win your big pool?
I have a shot. If I continue to be right, there are 2 people ahead of me who have also picked the Gators to win the whole thing. But if I'm right with my final 4, I will pass them. They have different picks than me.
Okay.
So I finished second in this one last year and cashed, and I'm hoping to do the same thing again. Mr. Chalk, it's paying off.
And just quick sidebar to not just you, Mark, but to everyone. Have you ever had all 8 teams in the Elite 8 before in your bracket?
I don't think so.
I don't think I have either.
I'm
And
4 for 4 right now.
so am I. And I'm riding the favorites tonight.
I am as well. Worried about Kentucky because they've beaten Tennessee twice already.
Right. So an interesting stat. My favorite, my guy at Tennessee, you know how much I love him as a coach. All the success he's had in March. But Rick Barnes apparently 8 previous times has lost to a team twice during the regular season and had a third meeting with them either in the conference tournament or the NCAA tournament. Would you like to know his team's record in those 8 rematches?
I'm scared to death, but give it to me.
1-7.
Oh, boy.
So apparently 7 out of 8 times he's lost to a team 3 times in a season.
Oh, boy.
I'm wondering how many of those was when he was at Clemson and it was either Duke or Carolina that beat him 3 times. Probably Carolina because they couldn't beat Carolina.
No, they could not. That's a great stat. We'll find out tonight. That's the game that of my picks I'm most worried about. But I'm fascinated to see, and Auburn's played teams with size before, so it's nothing new for them, but I am just curious of how the inside game is going to go between Michigan and Auburn tonight. Michigan has size. That Golden kid's a monster down there. And I'm curious. Michigan's got to hang on to the basketball. They have turnover problems, and they can't turn it over and let Auburn run out easy buckets.
What I'm curious about is, can Michigan come back against Auburn the way they came back against A&M? Like if we're mid-second half and Auburn's up 10, do you still think the Wolverines are in this sucker? Or are you thinking, they ain't going to win this?
I don't think they shoot well enough to come back against Auburn. They've got to keep the game
closer.
6-8. I mean, they can't be getting down double digits against Auburn. I don't believe, David.
So, smallest spread tonight. You're worried about, you have Tennessee beating Kentucky. Kentucky a 4.5-point dog, and you're worried about that one. I'm worried about your Spartans tonight. I really am. Chris Beard can really coach. They're good. They're hardened. They have a winning record against teams that were in the Sweet 16.
They do.
I mean, Michigan State, obviously, everything I'm saying about Ole Miss, you could say about Michigan State.
Right. I mean, Sparty's perfect against teams in the Sweet 16.
Right.
It's 4-0.
Right. From the caliber of the coach down to the toughness of the team and what have you. But I don't know. Ole Miss, I think Ole Miss is going to be a problem. I think State's going to win, but I think Ole Miss a problem. I'll be very surprised if this isn't a 1 or 2 possession game with under 6 minutes to go. Very surprised.
And, I think Ole Miss, I beat Tennessee the last time. I think Sparty's similar to Tennessee in that, if you're in a comp Sparty to an SEC team, because they're physical and they have depth and they can run and they don't shoot it necessarily as well as what Tennessee does with Lanier, but I think that's a good comp, and Ole Miss beat them earlier this year. So, David, I'm petrified over my Spartans. I
know you are.
But of the other games, I can think a little more logically.
And if we can just be selfish here for a second. And now you're really worried because your highly ranked hockey team blew a 3-1 third period lead and lost last night in the college hockey tournament also. So now you're just wondering deep down if this is my weekend of misery. Admit it. Admit it. Tell me that has not entered into the psyche.
Actually, David, it hasn't. What I thought after Sparty lost the hockey game yesterday, I think Cornell scored like less than 10 seconds to win it, coming back from 3-1 to win 4-3. I went, well, If one team's going to lose this week, it'd much rather be the hockey team.
Ah, you went there, did you?
That's how I justified it in my mind, Dave.
So you went a little reverse psychology, did you?
did.
Okay.
I did.
All right. Hey, quickly, yesterday was opening day in Major League Baseball, and things went swimmingly for Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball.
Oh, did they ever? I know exactly where you're going here.
I feel for Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball. They are the technological leaders in all of sports. They are. They were a decade ahead of the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL in terms of social media, in terms of the internet, and streaming sports.
And MLB TV, which Seth Everett, who hates Major League Baseball, raves about MLB TV every time he's on the show. How did MLB TV do yesterday, David?
It didn't really work.
It didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work. People logged on to watch their favorite team play, and the MLB TV app did not work.
Right. On opening day. Right. Kind of a biggie. Mm-hmm. It's never happened before. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. Somebody stepped on a coaxial cable or something last night. Jim Larranaga is next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Right to voicemail.
Huh. He said he was going to be in his car.
I just sent him a text.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan will join us at the top of the hour to talk all things football as we're less than 4 weeks away from the draft. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So that's something to look forward to as well. College hockey tournament, 4 games today. Bentley, BC, Quinnipiac, UConn, Denver, Providence, Penn State, Maine. Obviously, the 4 Sweet 16 games tonight, Michigan, Auburn, Ole Miss, Michigan State, Purdue, Houston, and Kentucky, Tennessee. And we're thrilled once again to be joined by the former men's basketball coach at Miami, and before that, George Mason, Jim Larranaga. You can follow him on X, Canes Coach L. Canes Coach L. Jim, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, we're fine. First off, I've been enjoying what you are posting every day on your X account, in which you're, giving us, the fans 2 or 3 options. What would you do as coach? In all seriousness, when you were coaching, is anything a fan or a member of the media ever say or suggest to you in which you thought, that's not a bad idea, I may use that?
Oh, the answer to that is absolutely yes, but it wasn't a suggestion to me. It's when I'm watching, let's say, an opponent we're about to play, and I'm watching their previous game and listening to the announcers describe, like, what players playing really well and what happened that could be used for our game plan. So we take advice from everybody. We try to take in information that can be useful. So, yeah, I would say yes to that.
When you get this advice, how do you assimilate to just go to pick apart teams? When you're in game and things are happening, how often do you have to change the process of what you've done before? How much change goes on during the game?
Okay, well, the best a coach can do is put together a game plan and the players execute it to perfection, and you don't have to make any adjustments during the game. That rarely happens. You put together a great game plan and your players are executing, but then something else happens that you have to adjust to. Maybe your best player gets in foul trouble, or maybe you're having a bad night shooting, or maybe a team that normally plays man-to-man all of a sudden switches and goes zone. We played North Carolina one year, and they had a terrific team. We were pretty darn good. They jumped on our game plan was to do something, and all of a sudden they ran by us. We were down like 10-0 to start the game, and we never zoned. We hadn't even put in a zone. And I told the guys, look, these guys are playing so well. Let's throw a 2-3 zone at them. We'll try it for a few minutes. We went 2-3 zone and stayed in it the rest of the game and ended up winning 70-57. So you have to make adjustments. Coaching is like playing the game of chess. It's move and counter move constantly.
He's Jim Larranaga, former Miami and George Mason head coach. You can follow the coach on X at Canes Coach L, Canes Coach L. Coach, you've been very good to us over the years. You've probably come on our show 20 times. I try almost every time to get you to say something good about your coaching ability. You deflect it. Now that you're retired, I'm going to take one final shot. Your teams did really well in the tournament, oftentimes doing better than how they were, quote, seeded. I'm curious, is there one thing that you did that now that you look back, you think, that was probably smart by me? Whatever. Is there something that you did that contributed to tournament success, which obviously is what every coach in the business is trying to do, win in March?
Okay, that's a fair question, and I'll give you a very simple answer. I have a very close friend named Dr. Bob Rotella. He's a sports psychologist. And many, many years ago, he told me, when you get to the NCAA tournament and the pressure that the players feel is going to impact how they perform, try to reduce that pressure in some way. Help them relax. Make sure they view the game as we're going to have a lot of fun. So throughout my coaching career, I would tell the players, just as we're going in the tournament, I'm going to have more fun than any other head coach in the NCAA tournament. And I want you guys to have more fun than any other team. Relax, enjoy yourself. This is what you dreamed about doing. And matter of fact, that's what we did. We relaxed and we played our best basketball in the NCAA tournament to get to the Final Four in 2006 with George Mason. That was historical. And then at Miami to get to the Final Four, just think our tallest starter was 6'5". At George Mason, our tallest starter was 6'7". How many teams have made it to the Final Four where your tallest starter is either 6'5" or 6'7"? We were not very big. But I think the players played loose. They played with a lot of confidence. They believed in themselves, and they knew that I believed in them. So if you want to give me credit for that, I just pass along that credit to Bob Rotella because he's the one that told me to do it.
Coach, I'm curious. I was listening to Tom Izzo's comments about the portal, and in his long response, he said, I don't even know how much money I have for next year. And I got to thinking about you and Tony Bennett and some of the other coaches that have retired, and a lot of have said because of the NIL. Can you help us out? How, if you can, how does the money work now with NIL? Are you given a budget? Who is the person in charge of saying, I'm going to pay player A this and player B that? How does the money work?
Well, first of all, I want our listeners to understand. I felt starting in 1996, when the NCAA elected to go from NBA arenas for the Final Four to football stadiums, and the money generated for the NCAA tournament was in the billions. I felt like the players, the performers, if you go to a movie, the actors are the ones that need to get paid. They're the ones. No, the director gets paid, the producer gets paid. Oh, okay. But the actors and the players, we should pay them. Now, it's out of control because there is no guidelines, there is no transparency. I don't know what schools do if there's a strict budget. I've heard about this past season, for example, a school spending $7.5 million. How they divided it amongst those players? Did they have a general manager? Did the head coach do it? Did the athletic director, that I have no clue. I just know that we need to start having rules that can be applied and worked, and they need to be transparent so that everybody knows what's going on.
Jim Larranaga took George Mason to Miami to the Final Four. Kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. And since you took a, quote, mid-major and a power conference school, both to the Final Four, obviously there's a lot of concern for those of us that love the mid-majors, because this year this is a chalk tournament. There's nothing but power conference teams. And people are fearful that with the new system that we have, that the mid-major is not going to have any more success in March. I'm curious where you are on the future of the mid-majors in college basketball.
Okay, again, that's a great question because several things. First of all, NIL is a factor. Revenue sharing is a factor. So you have two pots of gold that you can bring to the table to help your players make money. But there's another thing. I don't know if it's being talked about enough, but the NCAA changed the criteria for making the NCAA tournament when they converted games into categories of quad 1, quad 2, quad 3, quad 4. A mid-major program is going to have a very hard time in the non-conference to schedule quad 1 and quad 2 games. They just are. High majors don't have any problem because almost everybody in their league is either a quad 1 or quad 2. So they're going to have plenty of opportunities to prove how good they are and earn an at-large bid to the NCAA tournament. Whereas mid-major teams, like George Mason, where I came from, it's almost impossible for them to get quad 1 and quad 2 games in the non-conference. And yet, in order to make the NCAA, you've got to get not only quad 1 and quad 2 games, you've got to win those. So that's the real challenge and why it's going to be very hard for mid-majors to get there. And then you add on top of it, mid-majors don't have as much NIL money normally. Now, there might be a few that do, but the high majors have the most money. And quite frankly, the way I look at it, the NIL is like an auction. Like it goes to the highest bidder. Most players are looking for the best payday. I think just like we all are. You know, everybody's an employee of somebody. You work for someone. You want to work for the people that'll pay you the most. That's why you see now so many coaches switching jobs. I think we're going to set a record this year for the number of coaching changes in college basketball.
And with the portal and over 1,000 kids in the portal, there's just change every day, and that's where we are at now. Specifically about this tournament, it looks like it's possible that we could have 4 number 1 seeds advance to the Final Four. They've still got to win some more games, but it's been very chalky. Is there a team you like from the beginning, and who do you think cuts down the nets right now, Coach?
Well, I'm a great believer in Ken Pomeroy's statistical analysis. I've always believed in analytics. I'm a guy who loves numbers, and all the numbers indicate that Duke should be cutting down the nets in April. But there are some terrific teams that can compete with them. Florida is really, really good. Houston, Auburn, and will there be an upset today? Well, there wasn't last night, but there was some tough games, an overtime game. Arkansas almost pulled off another upset victory. But when you look at it, these are all high major programs now. So if someone asked me about the Sweet 16, I said, well, they have all high major programs. They all have a lot of talent. So it's just a matter of who plays best that night. And you see what Alabama did? If they keep playing like that, no one can beat a team that can make 25 threes.
Coach, Kentucky, Tennessee, third meeting of the season tonight. Does the team that went 2-0 have an advantage heading into tonight, or does it not matter?
You know, I think Tennessee will win the game. I think Tennessee is a little better, and they have great leadership with Sakai Ziegler. We played them in Madison Square Garden back in December, and I was still coaching at that time. And I was very, very impressed with what Rick Barnes has done with the Tennessee basketball program. I think Kentucky has done a great job as well. You know, new coach, new players and everything, but they've made great adjustments. But, you know, the 2 games during the regular season, the way I look at it, the past is history. You got to play in the present. Whoever plays the best today will win.
Jim Larranaga took George Mason in Miami to the Final Four, has been a finalist for the Basketball Hall of Fame, is in the Miami Sports Hall of Fame. Coach, safe driving. Thanks so much for your time. Hopefully we can do this again down the road.
Oh, my pleasure. Anytime.
Jim Larranaga, Canes Coach L on X. Canes Coach L. I'm telling you, once a day, he posts a little 1-minute thing in which he says, okay, you be the coach. Here's the scenario. You decide. Option A, option B, option C. It's interesting.
He thinks Duke's cutting down the nets, for the record. And I have now developed a soft spot for Duke that I've never had because I like Cooper Flagg. What the hell is going on? Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan is next. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good.
The birds are awake this morning, I see.
Yeah, well, she hatched the whole nest.
Oh, yeah?
Full of little ones. Sorry about that, but it's like a little Florida flavor for the show.
Don't be sorry about it. I think it sounds fantastic. It gives us the Masters feel. And I now know every once in a while you do your show from the patio because I've heard the birds on Moving the Chains.
Yes. Well, you know what happened? I found out the birds are hungry at 4 o'clock.
I laughed I almost texted you and said, I hear those birds again, Pat.
Yeah, well, they're my signature now. People ask me if I'm in the jungle. It is fun to have them chirping away, but the little ones are, and now the male, he'll come back from the pond is literally right next to their nest. He'll come back with a fish, and he chews up. I read all about it. They chew up the fish, and then he spit the fish into the mouths of the babies. But as soon as they get fed, they're quiet for the rest of the day. But they are out of their minds when they're hungry.
Osprey, Adam, not seagulls. A Twitch chat room asking. Osprey. Real bird.
Time, yeah.
Real birds.
And the bird that never loses a fishing trip.
No.
I've never seen him come without a fish. I watched him do it, too. I told you about the eagle that attacked the osprey. It was unbelievable. It was on a golf course. The pond that's by the old 18, which is down.
Yeah.
So the osprey goes down and scoops up a fish. As he leaves, the eagle comes out of the big tree and comes down and nosedives on the osprey. And he spits the fish out. The eagle goes down and scoops up the fish. And then 2 osprey come and destroy the eagle and got the fish back.
Oh, wow.
I wish I had a camera because it was awesome.
The people in the Twitch chat room have heard it, but I was driving this about a month and a half ago. I'm driving down Three Oaks. And I'm like, that's an eagle. I mean, almost flying even with the car. And I'm watching this eagle out in front of me, right parallel to the road. And all of a sudden, the thing starts going down. And fortunately, I'm watching the eagle. He comes down and grabs a rabbit and goes back up. I'm like, that is so cool.
It is great. And, that those guys have never miss either. We have a lot of them up at the lake. And they come and perch in the top of the highest trees right before dusk. And I've seen that damn eagle look across the lake, which is almost a mile across, and take off and get something over there. Like, how did he see that? There's no way. Yeah, it's fun. But the chirping bird, I can't stop unless I go inside. And my wife is.
Oh, I love it.
So there it is. It's the Florida version of this show. Bring the nature into it.
Yeah, I love when you guys are doing the show and the bird is chirping in the background. I honestly, I will listen so much longer if the bird starts chirping. I really will, Pat.
I'm sorry, but
Okay.
I think you're being sarcastic.
No, I'm serious because some of the callers drive me nuts and I got to turn them off. But if the bird is chirping, I don't turn that channel off.
No,
I love it.
I will encourage these. After the last hurricane, no one came back to this tree that they always had a nest, and then a tree. They like dead trees. I found out a lot about them, and now another tree died, and then they perched right in there and built a nest. Their nests are like ridiculous. They're like condos.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this final Friday of March, at least in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan joins us this day and time. Virtually every week, Pat from NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7, joining us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between pinchers. You can't fake fresh. Pat and all our guests, like Jim Larranaga a moment ago, joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Top of the morning to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. Before we get going, your coin toss thing has taken crazy turns on our show. I'm serious. Now, here's the latest one, that the coin will be on one side. Let's say the Browns are playing the Steelers. It'll be the Browns insignia, and the other side will be the Steelers. And that those coins will be raffled off or bid upon after each game. And I'm telling you, people are starting to talk about the money they'd spend to buy the coin toss. The guy who called was Baltimore versus Pittsburgh. He would go after it, and he goes, and I said, okay, so we have all these games. We have raffle off these things after the game, and all the money goes to the retired players. Then they've already figured your coin toss to help the players that are hurting the most. So it might have some legs. When I get to the owners' meetings, I'm going to run it by one of my favorite guys who probably couldn't say no to this idea.
That's not the idea. The idea is to eliminate the damn coin toss, Pat, except for a neutral site game. You know, the Super Bowl, when people bet on it.
I know that's his idea, but this is where it went to. It went all the way to this. And I don't know how even David could turn down the opportunity to raise money for
No, I couldn't, but and not to be snarky here, but first off, the NFL is not exactly being a leader in taking care of retired players. And B, the NFL would have to pay the money to have these coins manufactured. All right. And I'm being very serious, Pat. You think they're going to spend the money to manufacture these specialty coins when they're not getting the profit?
Well, I know the NFL guys who make the money, and they never stop making money. Coin toss brought to you by, I don't know.
Well, but wouldn't the network get that though?
There are commercials. The NFL coin brought to you by Tesla.
So in other words, hold on, is this going to be like, the official pizza place? What are we going to have, an official coin?
I'm friends with Brian Rolap. I'm going to ask Brian on Sunday.
All right.
Could you find a sponsor for a coin, a signature coin of two teams? And he goes, I know what he's going to say to me. He's going to laugh, and I'm going to go, look, I got to get past my friend Dave Moulton, who wants to get rid of the coin toss. And I think we have a caller that had a better idea. All right, enough of that. I'm drafting Desmond Watson after I read all the stuff that dude did. 6'6", 464 pounds, 36 on the bench, and who at 464 is a 25-inch vertical leap?
Did you see him play at Florida?
I don't care. Michael Pierce just retired. He couldn't move either, and no one could move him. Nose tackle, 3-4 defense. Just clog it up. And you know what? I'll even get him a golf cart to get him out on the field. Here. We'll ride you out. So I have a place for that dude.
All right. You were on Jackson Dart ahead of everybody from the Senior Bowl on. Is he going to make it into the first round?
Well, they're trying to make sure he doesn't, because a bunch of teams, like maybe even the Giants, would love to see him, I think, at 34. But there's one guy getting some action right now that I'm getting more and more vibes about, and that's the kid from Syracuse, McCord. A lot of guys have been up to see him, and a lot of guys they're looking right now. We can get to Shedeur here in a second. They're looking for guys that are legitimate prospects in the second round. And Jackson Dart's no problem there, but it doesn't answer your question about the first round. But I think the reason I think Jackson won't go in the first round is I think Shedeur might fall all the way to Pittsburgh or the Rams down at the bottom of the first. And he might slide that far because the Giants aren't going to take him. They haven't even worked him out. What does that tell you? You think you're taking someone at 3 that you never worked out on your own? No way.
Outside of the Jags, who did it with Bortles, you're right. Okay, that, teams don't do that. Speaking of which, have you ever been at dinner with a player, Like that's what we're doing now with these pro days. I mean, the kid from Penn State's not going to work out, but he had dinner last night with Haslam and the GM and what have you. Have you ever been at dinner, lunch, or just a sit-down meeting away from everyone else, in which when the meeting was over, you said, yeah, I'm not drafting that kid?
Oh, yeah, because if you're sitting there with your head coach, that guy is looking at the kid with one intention. Do I want to coach him? And I've had, I can't mention his name. I worked for 4 coaches, but he slipped me a piece of paper under the table. And I thought I dropped my napkin, and I didn't. And all of a sudden there's a piece of paper on my thigh, and I look down and it says, no effing way.
Let's
like
flip that to the other side. I'll ask it the more positive way, because I was sure when David asked that there's plenty of players that have been in that. But have there been interviews that you've done in the past in which maybe you weren't sure about a player, but the interview secured that you want this player?
Yes. I think players can sell themselves to the organization, usually on a couple of levels. You already know that he's talented, otherwise you wouldn't be having dinner with him. But what comes out at the dinner? The knowledge of the game, the love of the game, the stability of the person, that you look at him and your general manager is looking at him going, I don't mind. Here's his conclusion. I don't mind paying this guy because I know I can trust him with money. So that comes out. Then the coach falls in love with him because he realizes this guy's all ball all the time. And then the owner falls in love with him because the owner's looking at this guy going, press conferences. How is he going to look in front of my media? So if those 3 guys check off their favorite box, it's a home run. And that can all happen at a dinner.
Listen, I know this is misinformation season, so it's really difficult to take anything that we're hearing this week, next week, and believe any of it. Let's just say, though, that one of the pieces of information that came out this week, which is the Titans are likely drafting Cam Ward unless you're willing to give him 3 first-round picks. Pat, if you think he's your franchise quarterback, isn't he worth 3 first-round picks?
Well, let me react to that story about 3 first-round picks. First off, it's a stupid statement in that there's a whole lot of difference. Kansas City's 3 first-round picks versus Cleveland's 3 first-round picks, there's a significantly large difference. So I don't know how they can make a universal statement when you don't know the teams you're talking about. But my example is the one that works the best. You got to figure Kansas City is going to be at the bottom of the round for the next 5 years. So if you're giving up 3 of them to get a particular player, obviously they don't need a quarterback. Those picks don't equal the same as Cleveland, who you would think is not going to be near the bottom of the draft because they're not that good. So you got to ask yourself, 3 first-rounders? Okay, let's say they take that from Kansas City. That means they should take 2 first-rounders from Cleveland. You got to think about the compensation equality here.
Yeah, we get it, but Pat, let's just say it's the Giants who really want Cam Ward, and the Titans go, it's going to cost you 3 first-round picks. Okay, this year it's the 3rd overall pick. Next year, it'll probably be a top 10 pick. Let's just say 7. And then the year after that, it'll be 15.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't give up those 3 first-round picks
to
get your quarterback for the next 12 years?
I would. But I don't believe that Cam Ward is in that status of the guys who've been the Peyton Mannings of the world, that it's a no-brainer. He's going in the 1st round, the 1st pick. We had that, Ryan Leaf discussion. That lasted about a day and a half. So I don't see Cam Ward in that. Now, since you own the 1st pick, which I had, and we could not get out of there, and we tried. Why? Because there was no quarterback that anyone believed in the draft. And we couldn't move out of there. So I think Cam Ward's a good player. I think he has a chance to be pretty good as a pro starter. But I don't have the same feeling for him that I had for, I'm just using Peyton Manning. Did you?
No, but I got to be honest with you. I think he's as good as a prospect as Drake May. And Drake May went third overall. And nobody right now is doubting that he's not a franchise quarterback.
Well, that's an interesting way to look at it, because if I took Cam Ward and put him in that draft, I don't think he'd be the top quarterback.
No.
That's why I keep going back to, I think at the end of the day, would you do it if your club figured this is an elite player, this is a once in a decade guy? Yeah, then you do it. But I don't think anyone thinks that. I don't think anybody thinks he's an elite player. I think they think he's a good player and you can win with him. But I don't think people are looking at him going, first off, I think he's the number one guy because Shedeur is failing the test. Remember 2 or 3 months ago, Shedeur was in the one hole. Not there anymore. So,
and I never thought Shedeur was better than Cam Ward. I like the way Cam Ward throws with all the different angles. I like his athleticism more than Sanders. But to your point, Pat, I don't know where he would have been in last year's draft.
Right. Well, you look at it, and you also, if you're really in the quarterback business, I don't think this works all the time, but guys, the owner once asked me, tell me about next year's draft. He just said it right in a draft meeting. Tell me about next year's group. Well, you got to preface all the remarks with conjecture, and is he going to be healthy, and is he going to, all that stuff. So I like the kid, but I don't think they're going to get 3 ones from him. I never thought they'd get 3 ones from him. And then, as I said, we don't have to beat that dead horse, but it's a significant difference. A universal compensation statement's dumb.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is weekdays 3 to 7 during the off season. They do a Saturday show during the season, 2 to 5. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. And Pat and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan on this final Friday of March here on Miller and Moulton.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Pat, I hope I didn't steer you wrong with dumping everything for the Gators, because if Duke wins, I will feel badly for you.
No, don't worry about it. It's been fun having one team and not worrying about all this other stuff. That it's really, if I pull it off, it'll be like my brother and all those guys, Childress. They'll all be like so mad.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just a lot of fun with those guys, and like no one's ever done it. So I thought, what the heck? Let me go for one team. And I had Duke, by the way. I traded away Duke.
That's why I was saying that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm kind of fired up for it, to tell you the truth. What else? I had some other stuff on my mind here.
Well, I want to talk. A little Patriots talk when we come back, but we got to get into the rules, the kicking thing. This is so stupid.
Yep, good. I love talking about that.
But I was going to ask you, because he mentioned Drake May, and we kind of got into the quarterbacks. I wanted to talk to you about what they're doing off season, signing Diggs, and your thoughts on that. But I do want to get into these rules.
No problem. Well, we know why the rules are just a mess, because we still can't understand life without giving the white hat all the power. So the Sam Darnold face mask would not be overturned, which is why we started this stuff. So dumb.
Yes, it is.
And it's because of the white. Nothing's ever changed. They're not taking the power away from the guy in the field, and they're prepared to make mistakes and be ridiculed in order to keep that guy on a pedestal.
I don't understand it. And I really don't. I don't understand it. Isn't the object of replay is to get it right? Who cares who has the power?
Well, in my attempt to figure out understanding it, it's the owners don't tell Rich McKay what to do when they should.
I know. I don't get it.
I've never understood that, guys. That just...
Nope. It's so sad. But the kickoff thing is, I got some things to say about that.
By the way, here's my 2 cents. If Cam Ward was in... First off, we have to assume Cam Ward after the year he just had this year, the prospect he is right now.
Right.
Cam Ward in last year's draft. I think the debate is, would he be 4th or 5th? I think he would have been ahead of McCarthy and ahead of Bo Nix. I think it's whether or not he would have been ahead of Penix.
Well, that's fair enough. You know, I probably wouldn't agree with you on some of that, but maybe I would. But he's not 1, 2, or 3.
No.
So there's the problem. That's why I don't think he's an elite player.
But if you think Drake May, yeah, okay, he was the 3rd quarterback drafted. But if you think Drake May is a franchise quarterback, okay, then, okay, you rank Cam Ward just behind Drake May. Well, he can't be a franchise quarterback?
Well, isn't it interesting? I'll use the Giants for the answer. They could have taken McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Penix.
Correct.
Penix. And they passed on all of them.
Right. The one they wanted was May, and the Patriots wouldn't trade him to him.
Right. So if you're telling me that the 4th quarterback, if he was in this last year's class, is worth 3 number 1s and he's an elite player, I would think you've already answered your own question. No, he's a good player.
Well, what if
I will say that I like the guy. I had a great one-on-one with him. He was extremely impressive in his knowledge of the game. Like, he might know 10 times more about football than Jordan Love. Jordan Love, he didn't know anything. And he plays like he knows nothing. So, yeah, that part of it has helped him. But I think he's really at the top of the heap because Shedeur Sanders has disappointed more than Mark. Mark saw it earlier. Well, when everyone did their homework, they all saw it too. Now, how about Deion's comments? He'd be happy wherever he goes.
Yeah, he's changed his tune there a little bit.
Yeah, that's because he knows what's going on.
Yeah, and you know what? This is an Aaron Rodgers story. He could land up all the way down to the Rams.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, courtesy of Pinchers. All right, let's get into the rules thing here. Mark, go.
Yeah, they're going to bring the kickoffs out to the 35, Pat. I'm so against this. I think it's a ridiculous idea. I think it was very simple. I think you and I have discussed it countless times. If you want more returns, move the kickbacks. Now we're trying to trying to get these guys to place balls. I'm against the rule. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, the first thing is, why am I rewarding a team that just gave up a touchdown or a field goal with possession at the 35-yard line? We all know, remember, for the young fans, we used to get the ball at the 20.
Yep.
Then they radically moved it to the 30. That's a full free first down. And now they're putting you at the 35. So 15, 25, 30 yards later, you're in field goal range. No, it's you're rewarding the team that played lousy defense. That's the first thing I'll say. Number two, if the actual prediction of returns goes up to 66%, 65%, what are we going to do when the injuries start sparking up again? Remember, people get hurt on kickoffs. And if you push this number now to returns will be 60% of the time, you better be telling us the truth about the injuries, because you're going to be all the way back to the thing you had a problem with before. And when they say, well, they're close. Yeah, they're close. The combat zone's pretty close, but the guy carrying the ball, he's going to get whacked. So I don't know. I'm waiting for more injuries, and I certainly don't like rewarding the team that just gave up a score.
The other thing is, the NFL worried that they're having too many field goals? If you know what I mean? Because, I mean, you're starting it, if teams get the ball at the 35, with the way kickers are today, basically, once you get to the opposing 40, most NFL kickers can give it a good go from 57, 58 yards nowadays.
Correct.
I mean, at 50% or more. So you only have to move the ball 25 yards to be in scoring position, but also, doesn't the NFL want more touchdowns and less field goals? I think the closer you keep moving them to midfield, the more you're kicking field goals.
Right. And now let's talk about the overtime. Now it's overtime. You win the toss. You end up getting the ball at the 35. Well, that game's going to be over pretty soon. So I don't like anything about it. Look, they've tried to, I get hiding behind the veil of safer, but then it was so damn boring that they need to do something. And now this 35-yard line is, you think about a free 15 yards from just a few years ago.
Well, but
for
why?
What?
But Pat, Mark's idea, I mean, we're kicking off from the 30 nowadays. Oh, okay, guys, kick it off from the 25 or the 20. I mean, it seems so simple.
It is simple. We talked about this for almost years now. And as soon as they came up with this stuff, we all said, move the kicker back. But no. But they want more returns, but they want their cake and eat it too. They want more returns, but they don't want injuries. Now, the guys who are doing this stuff either never coached kickoff or never played football, but they are now talking about moving it up to 60% returns. Does anyone here of the three of us think there's going to be less injuries or more injuries?
Well, Pat, come on. Once they settle the lawsuit, they don't care. We all know this. They can talk about player safety all they want. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Well, that leads me to the tush push, which is also on the agenda. They cared about safety, they'd get rid of that thing so fast, but they won't.
A couple other rules being talked about, the tush push, we've talked about that plenty of times. The one that Detroit put in about not making defensive holding an automatic first down. Do you think there's any there? Because it is a 5-yard penalty. On a 3rd and 15, a defensive holding gives you a first down. Seems pretty punitive. Do you think there's any there?
No, I did talk to a coach who's not in favor of it, and he convinced me to not be in favor of it because, and he said, you know what's going to happen. I'll use your example, 3rd and 15. If I know you're not getting an automatic first down, I'm going to maul your players.
Right.
Because it's a 5-yard penalty. It's still 3rd and 10. So he goes, you're going to get a lot more of that stuff going on. So he felt like, and I asked him, I said, would you coach? He goes, yeah, we'd coach it very aggressive on a 3rd and 15. We would coach it really hard because we're not giving up at 5 yards and it'll be 3rd and 10. And he goes, and we may not get caught doing it.
How problematic is this ownership of the Browns and City of Cleveland dispute? I mean, the owner of the Browns can move the team anywhere he wants in Ohio, can he?
Yeah, I'm not following that close, but I mean, this is the Art Modell rule, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know the legality of that. It's never been challenged, right? It's just never been challenged. They went to Baltimore, and then all of a sudden we got to protect ourselves for the future. I don't know how that would work. I have a feeling sooner or later the owners, they can buy their way out of any place they are and move on to somewhere else.
One on the field thing, or team thing I want to ask you about. Diggs just signed with the Patriots.
Yeah.
And David made the comment a couple days ago, he thinks they're having a Washington-like offseason. Do you agree with that? Are you impressed with what they are doing, or were you surprised that Diggs got signed when he's not even really able to do a full workout yet?
Well, I think it starts with the top. I think getting Vrabel was, and nothing against where they were last year, but getting Vrabel is important. He's a tone setter. He's, guys like Diggs aren't going to do anything. You got to deal with Mike. You're going to see Diggs being a soldier. So that's the first part I like. Number two, they had a lot of cap space and they were willing to spend money.
Same as the Commanders a year ago.
Right. And it comes down to, is Drake May going to deliver what the quarterback in Washington delivered? Because if he does, if he's ready to take step two with all the things they're doing, then you start thinking, and this is the question I keep asking people on our show. I love asking Dolphin fans, have the Patriots caught up to you? They like to talk about Buffalo. Forget Buffalo. You are not catching them right now. But have the Patriots caught up to the Dolphins?
The Patriots, especially if in the draft, Pat, like the one difference, I thought Washington's acquisitions last year were more balanced, to upgrading both sides of the ball. I still think like Diggs is the first acquisition that upgrades any of the skill positions for New England. I think New England needs to spend the draft first, second, and third round drafting nothing but skill players. And by the way, if I'm New England, I trade down if I can, because there's no wide receiver or running back worthy of the fourth pick of the draft. I would trade down in the first round, and then I'd pick the three best offensive players on my board in the first 3 rounds.
And I think they're going to do that. And if I was betting on them and guessing where they're going to go, they're going to be an offensive-minded first 2 days. I'm with you. They can get a running back if they want to. They got to think about Morgan Moses as a 1-year stopgap, which if you look at Washington, they didn't bring everybody back. Even some of the guys that played well, they said, thank you very much for your service, and they're moving on. So I like Bradbury, but a lot of people in Minnesota think he's terrible. I don't think so. Now, you're the historian, David. Mark and I are listening here. Is this the best receiver ever signed since Randy Moss? Have they ever done anything like this except Randy Moss?
No.
No.
This was a huge failing by Belichick, the receiver position. No, this is their best receiver since Moss.
Yeah. So he'll be fine. Look, he's older. He's injured. He's in a different place than he was when he was rambunctious in Minnesota and kind of childish on the sideline in Buffalo. He's now knows where his career's headed. His hope is that he can play 3 years and make all this money. So I think he'll be fine. But Vrabel sets the tone, and I think it's the kind of tone they need. But I on Sunday against the Dolphins, who's got the coaching edge, Mike Vrabel or Mike McDaniel?
No, please.
That's a laughable question, and I know that's why you asked it, Pat.
Well, I couldn't help myself but laugh myself. I was trying to do it without laughing.
I was going to say you didn't get through the question without answering it by laughing. Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, laughter and all, joining us courtesy of Pinchers. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Four Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Four Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or Floor Meisters FloorMeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And I know Lucifer left from the Twitch chat room because someone was in there. But guys, I got to say this with all sincerity. You got to give me an effing break. I'm producing the show. I'm taping the show. I'm running the chat room. I'm calling all the guests. I don't give a rat's ass if someone invades the Twitch chat room for 5 minutes. There's only so much I can do in addition to co-hosting the show. You got to give me a break. But for people bitching at me to kick someone out of the Twitch chat room during a segment, come on, guys. Come on. Cut me a little slack.
I agree with that one.
Holy blank. I just put a question up. I can do another one. I just said, who is most likely to be upset in the tournament tonight? And listed Auburn, Michigan State, Tennessee, and Houston. As much fun as I'd have liked to have had with the Duke question, I decided to pass. I'm with you, Sonny. I kind of thought the same thing, but that's why it was funny when I listened to Pat yesterday during the show. It sounded like he and Jim were in favor of the defensive holding only being 5 yards and not a first down. And then he kind of flipped when I asked him today.
SEC me, you think they whack Ole Miss? I don't think they whack them. I think they win. I don't think they whack them. I think it's a tight game. Ole Miss, the only unexpected team in the Sweet 16 that I got right. Of course, there weren't a lot of them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
$22 till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. What's our poll question again?
Well, we've had a couple of different ideas, and I chickened out from our earlier idea of.
Oh, you didn't go Duke White Guy?
I didn't. I get sometimes nervous about posting things that one day, may or may not come back to haunt us. And I took the easy road, and I said, who is most likely to be upset in the tournament tonight? And I listed Auburn, Michigan State, Tennessee, and Houston.
Okay.
It's a cop-out. I know.
Okay.
But it all started because I am a Duke hater. Unabashed Duke hater.
Right.
And I like Cooper Flagg. He's not the normal, annoying Duke White guy.
And you got to remember, this goes all the way back to the late 80s with Danny Ferry and then Leitner and Cherokee Parks, and then J.J. Redick.
What's the point guard? Wojnarowski would slap the court all the time?
You had the 2 point guards, obviously, because you had the Hurley.
Yeah.
Okay. But then you had Steve Wojciechowicz there.
Well, there you go. That's the one I'm thinking.
Okay. Or whatever it was. But I just called him the detective from Barney Miller because it was funnier. Okay. Wojciechowski, I think was his name. You had Chris Collins, you got J.J. Redick. I mean, we know the drill here. And here's Cooper Flagg. I mean, he fits perfectly. And Mark's like, I don't know what to tell you. I like him.
I like his attitude. I love the way he plays. He looks like he's having fun all the time out there.
Can I ask you this? Is he somebody that you would follow next year? And I'm not talking about you watch every game, you buy the package, the whole deal. But now all of a sudden, and he ends up, unfortunately for him, he probably ends up in a Washington, Utah, scenario. But I mean, is he somebody that you follow?
I think so. But I did like Zion, and I wanted to follow him. He's been a disappointment. He's been hurt all the time, and you have to watch the Pelicans. So it's tough to say, without knowing where he's going. If he's playing in Washington next year, I don't know how interested I'm going to be in watching him play.
Okay. By the way, Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Dr. Dollar. If you're looking for American-made Viagra or Cialis, you can get sildenafil and tadalafil for as low as $1 a pill, and it's filled right in front of you. It's easy. Just text Dr. Dollar 239-980-2302, 239-980-2302.
We have not talked about this once, and I hesitate to bring it up, but I'm going to anyhow, and it may last 10 seconds because David may just say, no, I don't care. But I am curious how much you think Stephen A. Smith has benefited in the last week by LeBron continuing to trash him. I think this has been great for Stephen A. Smith. I really do.
It's funny, I don't. Because I actually think it begins to chip away at his credibility with a certain sector of the audience. You know, there's already enough people. Like, I think he's a tool. Okay, I do. But he didn't start out as one, by the way. He was actually a hardworking reporter and the whole deal. But I think he's a tool now. And this is all a game. But I was shocked that LeBron went there on McAfee.
I was too.
Shocked that he went there. It's funny. Nobody's given LeBron a hard time for what he said about Stephen A. Smith. They're actually giving LeBron a hard time about what he said about Windhorst, who I think played junior high basketball with LeBron and went to the same high school and has been covering him since, literally LeBron, was becoming LeBron. And I mean, Windhorst's coverage of LeBron is very favorable. I mean, that very favorable. And he goes after Windhorst, and people are like, dude, what is wrong with you? I mean, unless you have somebody on the payroll, you can't find somebody who has said more good things about you for 20 years. So I actually think this is, I will say, I thought Michelle Beadle got this right. This is WWE at this point.
It really is.
I'm almost expecting like a cage match in the next month, or they have a highly publicized dinner somewhere in which there just happens to be cameras around, and all of a sudden they come out and declare a truce.
Well, Stephen A. kind of is doing that. That's the part where he began with holding firm on what he believed, and then every day he's kind of backtracked a little bit. That's the thing, because one of the Twitch chatters said it. I think if this was Stephen A. and any other player, Stephen A. might get hurt more, but LeBron's so damn polarizing that people are going to take sides in this, and I don't know what side they're always taking.
This is the media geek in me, and I know that most people don't think this way. I was fascinated by the fact that LeBron James went on an ESPN show to systematically tear down the face of ESPN. I mean, like, ESPN didn't know the topic was going to come up. I mean, ESPN can't control Pat McAfee. They can't.
Well, that's the part of this. That's, right. I mean, you knew McAfee would go there. He's got LeBron on for Christ. He got him for an hour. LeBron doesn't talk to anybody for an hour.
Since the decision, when has LeBron James sat down and done a lengthy interview with anyone? Anyone.
Outside of his own podcast that he had. His podcast with JJ Redick, which was a basketball podcast. Talking about an interview where he talked about his relationship or lack thereof with Jordan. He discussed a lot.
It goes back to the decision. He said a lot of this goes back to the decision. He goes, I thought it would be a good thing. It came to me, and he said, don't laugh. Part of it was, I didn't go to college. I never had the presser with the hats. He goes, I kind of thought it'd be fun. All right. And we'd raise a few $1 million for a good cause. He goes, yeah, I miscalculated that one. Okay. That one has, come back to bite me.
But to your earlier point about what McAfee has been able to create at ESPN,
right?
It created long before he went to ESPN, but ESPN then said, we're going to give Pat McAfee the bag and continue. And McAfee was able to get the bag and keep all the content creativity totally to he and his staff.
And believe
ESPN
me,
has nothing to say about what they're doing.
And believe me, the number 2 executive at ESPN went after McAfee, and he had never lost. When he went after somebody on the payroll, he won. McAfee won. He was fired. McAfee is virtually untouchable.
And you said Stephen A is the face of ESPN, and I agree with you. McAfee is in the top 2 now, top 3.
Right. And so the media geek in me is like, let me get this straight. But that's another reason why it feels WWE-like to me. And I don't follow the WWE anymore, but this is what they used to do, right? You know, 2 guys wearing the white hat, you turn one of them into the guy who's now wearing the black hat. We create a thing, and eventually we got a slam somewhere in a football stadium with 70,000 people. And amazing. And one guy's going to win, and then we got another year of storylines coming off it.
So we hadn't brought that up at all. It is a kind of a sports story and a sports media story, and we spend a little time on sports media, and I thought we needed to at least address it.
The other thing, and this may sound idiotic, but I've sounded idiotic before. LeBron went on McAfee. I mean, Mark, were you surprised? I was shocked that he went on McAfee. Okay, I just thought that LeBron didn't think doing shows like that, doing stuff like that was beneath him, to be honest with you. So the fact that LeBron holds Pat McAfee in enough regard that when they're coming through Indianapolis to play the Pacers, he's going to sit down for an hour plus. And then also portray himself, you know, very differently. I mean, hell, he cursed more on McAfee than he did on a podcast.
And I was stunned that McAfee got him. And I think it all stems from Aaron Rodgers going on McAfee's shows so often and being able to talk about whatever he wanted to talk about and express himself however he wanted to. And Pat McAfee gave him the floor to do so. And LeBron, like Aaron Rodgers, is a polarizing guy who has some very unique thoughts.
Is there anybody else with that network that you think LeBron would sit down and do a 30-plus minute interview with? Anyone, and I mean anyone else with that network?
No.
Okay. I mean,
no.
He did an hour and 15 minutes with Pat McAfee. I was like, whoa. He's got some stuff to say.
When we get excited about a guest on our show and think we got a great get, you know, we're fired up.
Right.
I even think McAfee probably at one point looked around to his crew and everybody and went, holy blank, we just had LeBron for an hour and 15 minutes.
All right. By the way, early days of Miller and Moulton, John Cassio is our producer, and stuff came across our desk all the time. It kind of like Super Bowl week, you know, people, you can, hey, get this person on the show, make sure you plug what he's plugging. Yeah, sure, fine. Well, LeBron was attached to something.
It was a horse game against a basketball player.
Right, beat LeBron and horse.
It was
right.
a regular Joe, and I want to say it for some reason, and I could be wrong, David, but I thought it was like a tractor, like a lawnmower, like Cub Cadet was the one sponsoring it.
Okay.
And we ended up getting LeBron on the show because of it.
So we're doing the show, and I think we're 2 to 6 at the time.
Yep.
And at like the 5:30 commercial break, John comes over the two-way and goes, I think I just booked LeBron James on the show. And we look at each other and look at him, and he goes, I know what you're thinking, but no, I went through a PR guy, and It says we're taping an interview with LeBron right after the show. Now they're going to call us, so maybe I misinterpreted something. But guys, can you stick around for 15 minutes for LeBron James? We start laughing, going, "Yeah, I think we can stick around for 15 minutes for LeBron James." He was still a Cav then,
Right?
I think it was like around 09. Might have been in his last year in Cleveland, the first go around. But that's when people say, "Who have you had on your show?" And we go, "Well, this person, this person, this person." We did have LeBron once. What?
Yeah. Yeah, we the little engine that could had a few good guests.
Right.
And now they're all courtesy of the American Paint Supplies hotline. Your one stop for all your coating needs.
Well done, Mark. Well done. While you're at it, throw in a 21,000 there.
Text line's open at 21,000. If you want to sponsor the text line, great opportunity for you to do just that. Many opportunities available, as the little engine that could use a couple of more sponsors. 21,000. The text word to key is sponsor, and I'll get right back to you, even if it's in the middle of the show. I'll just let David go on his own for a little bit.
Kind of like when I've had my difficulties on the road, and I go, "Mark, can you finish the segment? I'm tied up here." "Hey, Moulton, can you finish this segment? I'm tracking down a sponsor." "Oh, sure, guys." I thought you were going to say, by the way, 21,000 so that the little engine that could doesn't become the little engine that couldn't.
Well, we're definitely on that hill, David. We are definitely on the way up the hill, and we need to get to the top. There is no doubt about that. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. In case you missed any of the show, that's where you go to download it. Had a buddy of mine text me during the show. He says, "Hey, when I was down last year to visit you, you talked about it, and so another mutual friend listened to it and thought it was hilarious. Can you send me that from March of 2024? I'm like, "Are you out of your mind?" Yeah, let me get right on that.
Did you tell him you could send him our Danielson interview from yesterday? It's about as far as we go back.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil, are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, No hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, I think they would draw more for this reason. They will have had a 15-plus year run of some level of success. And so, therefore, I think their base crowd, if they were the Miami Rays, would be 7,000 higher. Deadstruck, he doesn't talk with Stephen A. Smith. That's also part of the behind the scenes here. Like Jordan texts with Stephen A. LeBron doesn't. Okay, I mean, need to fully understand some of the pettiness that's going on here. Well, the other thing that McAfee does is he'll pay to get guests. And I have no idea if he paid LeBron at all. But, you know, like Aaron Rodgers gets paid to come on the show.
And if he paid LeBron, so what?
Yeah.
I mean, does that matter?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904 on this final Friday of March. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So what are we asking for? Best chance of an upset tonight?
Best chance for an upset tonight. And right now, there aren't hardly many votes, so they don't like the question. That's first and foremost, probably because neither of us have retweeted it yet. And secondly, early on, Houston's the lock because no one is picking Houston to be upset. Equal, a third, and a third for Auburn, Michigan State, and Tennessee. Not a single vote for the Cougars to lose. Go to Miller_Moulton, the David Moulton, and very shortly you can go to that Mark Miller.
Hey, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I don't think it's a topic that has mass appeal, and we are trying to be, informative and entertaining.
Oh, you going to talk baseball again?
No, I'm not. It's unbelievable. I really wish I could just stab you in the neck sometimes. If you were Maryland, who would you hire? Like, is there a name out there that's obvious? If Willard is truly leaving for Villanova, we've had 40 coaches get up and move around this offseason. But, I mean, I got one guy on the tip of my tongue, and I don't know if he'd leave for this. Would Chris Beard leave Ole Miss for Maryland?
That's a great question. And I kind of knew that's where you were thinking. And just look at the two universities. Are they similar in where they are in retrospect, in perspective of their conference? Ole Miss, where are they in the SEC basketball world? They're the 5th, 6th best program?
No, I think they're lower than that.
They're lower than that. Then where's Maryland in the Big Ten?
Well, I don't know how much higher they are.
Right.
But
what's Maryland's ceiling versus what's Ole Miss's ceiling?
Well, Maryland's won a natty. Maryland's gone to Final Fours. Ole Miss hasn't in that sport. And the reason why I brought it up is that somebody had what I thought was an interesting rank them 1 through 16, and they just ranked the programs in the Sweet 16. And Ole Miss came in 16th. And it's not that they were talking about this year's team is the worst, but they were talking about the programs, history, tradition, the significance of the sport on their campus, this, that, and the other thing. And of all the teams that are in the Sweet 16, they said, Ole Miss, probably the bottom of the Sweet 16.
What I find interesting just about that and that alone is that 2025 thinking, or is that more like 2015 thinking? Because I think, and I could be dead wrong, but I think of all the schools in the country that are benefiting from NIL and the money coming in from conferences, I think Ole Miss is benefiting as much as anyone.
I would agree.
They have deep pockets. That is a wealthy alumni group. And now they've been given the green light to spend their hard-earned money on giving them a really good team. They're all in football, and it looks like they've been all in basketball. So as you try to go into the 2030s, Maryland financially should be in good shape. They're a Big Ten school.
But
they've got the Under Armour money. But we already know from what Willard's been talking about, they've not been willing to jump where the others are.
Well, remember, Maryland had to join the Big Ten from the ACC because financially their athletic department was going bankrupt. Same with Rutgers joining the Big Ten. I mean, besides the fact it was a step up for Rutgers. But, remember, when Maryland joined the Big Ten, a lot of people were like, guys, this is not a good fit for you. Why are you leaving all your rivals? Okay, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We're $40 million in debt. We need the money. And that was when they already had Under Armour money coming in. So you're right, Mark. I actually think financially, despite being in the Big Ten, a lot of money, okay, despite having Under Armour, all right, a lot of money, I'm with you. I actually think the financial future is more solid at Ole Miss. That's old money. That's old money at Ole Miss. And that is the most important thing in the state to them is Ole Miss. There ain't no pro team to spend money on in Mississippi. There's Ole Miss to spend money on because I don't even acknowledge that school down the road in Starkville.
So I am a believer going forward in Ole Miss, in football and in basketball.
But I just find it interesting here that, we seem to, everybody is kind of, I'm going here, this, that, and the other thing. The young coaches even, Ryan Odom went from VCU to Virginia. It's funny. Here's a Big Ten school with a proud basketball history, which goes back 50 years. And I'll be very curious as to where they go from here when Willard's the Villanova coach over the weekend. So I just wanted to bring that up because I don't think the candidate is also, remember, right now they don't have an athletic director. Now they have an interim AD, and she worked at FGCU for 5 years, Colleen Sorum, and I hear she's got a real shot to get the job on a full-time basis. And she's an awesome person. That'd be great. Okay, but right now they have an interim AD, and in theory, if it opens up, okay, can we talk about the concerns that Willard talked about publicly? How much of this is real? By the way, I'm not going to take your word for it. I kind of want to see your books.
What do you think? This is the government trying to get the PIF funds? They're not going to get the Maryland books. So what the hell's the matter with you?
Well, come on. Think about if they're going after an established coach. Never mind if they go after Chris Beard. That's an SEC coach who's taken another program to a Final Four. You think Chris Beard? Chris Beard was in the running for the Indiana job.
So we'll find out what happens to Willard in Maryland over the weekend. I think David's right. We're going to hear him bolting for Villanova rather quickly.
Now, Sonny brings up in a Twitch chat room, if you're Mick Cronin and you're unhappy being at UCLA, well, first off, it's the same conference. Now, it's
but it's on the East Coast, and come on, he's always complained about everything having to do with the Big Ten and being in LA.
But you leave UCLA
for Maryland.
I don't know. So that's curious. There just does not seem to be an obvious guy to me. And for those mentioning Shaka Smart, by the way, take a look at Shaka Smart in the tournament the last 10 years. Yeah, he got to the Final Four with VCU. He did in 2011. Take a look at Shaka Smart in the tournament the last 10 years. Shaka Smart in the tournament the last 10 years is Rick Barnes. And that's not even arguable. In fact, Rick recently has gone to 3 Sweet 16s and an Elite 8. Shaka hasn't done squat.
And was it last year or 2 years ago? They were a 2 seed and got to
Texas. He was a 2 seed with Texas and lost to Abilene Christian.
But didn't he have one at Marquette where they were a pretty good?
Did he have one there too?
This year was a 7-10. So it's not but yeah, you're right.
So, I just, because I thought of Shaka Smart too, but I'm like, I haven't done anything in a tournament in a while. So anyway, all right, moving on.
Yeah. You want to talk opening day now?
I'm angry at Major League Baseball. I am.
So is everybody that has MLB TV.
Well, that's part of it. Now, that's a bad break. That is. You've never had any trouble with MLB.TV. And opening day 2025, you have a malfunction? I mean, that's a bad break. You've been the leader in this as leagues go and streaming the games and the whole deal. The other leagues are trying to be MLB.TV. And on opening day this year, also, when you're in a public dispute with ESPN and you're giving them the finger, we're going to go do our own thing. And the sports gods on the first day of the season go, good luck with that, doing your own thing. Yeah. But also, not having games on Tuesday and Wednesday when they would have had the whole sports world to themselves. And even wait until 3 o'clock yesterday. And most of the games were at 4 o'clock and beyond. I mean, what are you doing? Opening day was 1 o'clock.
Baseball day games are 1 o'clock. And today, day 2, the Rays play the earliest game of the day at 4.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on.
But they get, they do get a pretty good opening day from this standpoint. The Dodgers, win, which they're the evil empire now, but Ohtani hits a home run.
Mm-hmm.
That, the league loves that. And I'm curious. It was easy to hate the Yankees for a lot of people, and the Dodgers have done what the Yankees have done 10 times over with what they're spending and what they've put together because they've done it through their prospects and bringing in free agents. Everybody in baseball is rooting against the Dodgers this year. Everybody.
You know what I find interesting, though? For all the money that the Dodgers and the Mets and a few other teams are spending, it was 3 years ago that we had 5 teams lose 100 games, and we had 4 teams win 100 games, and the Yankees won 99. So basically, you had 5 awful teams, and you had 5 great regular season teams. And you had, this year, you got 2 or 3 teams that are going to lose 100 games. You got the White Sox and the Marlins and probably the Rockies. But that's probably it.
The Angels may be there too.
That's possible.
I just throwing it out there.
How many teams are going to win 100 games?
One. The Dodgers.
So the funny thing is 3 years later, despite obscene money, I could argue we have more competitive balance in baseball now than we did 3 years ago.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Deadstroke, Stevie Ray Vaughan's the best musician I've ever seen live. Best. I was lucky enough, 1988, it was my freshman year in college. I think it was after the first of the year. Robert Plant was doing his first tour in which he was going to play Led Zeppelin songs. And I was a big Led Zeppelin fan, so I was all fired up. I went to see Robert Plant at Wing Stadium in Kalamazoo, and Stevie Ray Vaughan was the opening act. And my buddy from down the hall, Chris Bean, was a guitar player, and he wanted to go, and he wanted to go see Stevie Ray Vaughan. And he's like telling me the whole time, he goes, "You're going to be blown away." And so I'm 18, and Stevie Ray Vaughan opens for Robert Plant. And the crowd is, probably younger than me now, but the crowd is full of Led Zeppelin heads, 35, 40-year-old men. And when he finished with Voodoo Child, everybody could have walked out. The concert might as well have been over at that point. He was ridiculous. Best artist I've ever seen live. Not close. And I've seen hundreds of concerts. Guns N' Roses on their first tour they're definitely in my top 5 of shows, because Sweet Child of Mine hadn't even broke yet. Appetite was out, and Welcome to the Jungle was the big single. And that concert was, they were unbelievable. And another buddy of mine saw Stevie Ray, I think his second to last concert. They played in Michigan, then he played in Milwaukee, and then he died on that helicopter crash. Which was awful, because he had finally just gotten sober. I don't think he's good enough, Sonny. I think he would come back, but I don't know if I wouldn't hire him.
Sonny, yes. Not sure.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. If you missed Pat Kirwan or Jim Larranaga earlier on the show. By the way, the interview with Larranaga was really good. He was outstanding. He answered our questions, and we didn't screw up many of the questions. He was really good.
Yeah, he was. And I was nervous because when I called him for the interview, the one thing, as the producer part of me, and anybody who's ever produced a show knows, when a call goes to voicemail right off the bat, you're like, oh, blank.
Yep.
This isn't going to go well. So then I sent him a text, and then I called again as we were coming on the air, and this time it started ringing. I'm like, okay. And he was in the car. I'm on the alley, so if I lose you guys, you know why.
Yep.
Yes, we do, Coach. We're aware of that. But you're right. He was terrific. He was terrific.
So if you missed any, millerandmoulton.com, not just today, but earlier in the week, had a nice interview with Gary Danielson yesterday after the news came out on Wednesday afternoon that this coming season will be his last doing college football. It'll be his 20th at CBS and 36th year of college football. I think he's done the most games as an analyst at the network level.
What I find the most fascinating about Gary's run on CBS with the SEC is how much grief he would take on a weekly basis by whatever fan base he was doing the game for, and how much Gary hated their team. It didn't matter who it was. He hated everybody. Just ask their fan base. 1 year removed from the SEC on CBS, the number of SEC people that I know that have said to me, man, I really miss Gary.
We heard that a lot last year. We did. So, good. Absence makes the heart grow fonder in some cases.
Yes, it does.
Good
yes,
deal.
it does.
But
and as you said, I think that, even the more, I don't know if amazing is the right word, but the play-by-play guys that he worked with.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, Nessler, Musburger, Lundquist, and back to Nessler.
Right?
I mean, that's amazing.
Legendary stuff there. Now, he did some games with Ron Franklin and a few other people at ABC, ESPN, but basically, hey, this is our crew. And he did like 6-7 years with Nessler the first go around, and then ABC. I've asked a few people, and it was kind of like the old Ted Williams DiMaggio trade. The two GMs got drunk. Okay. And at 3 a.m, they agreed they were going to trade them for each other. And they woke up the next day and said, we didn't go through with that, did we? No. Okay, good. We'll just let that be. And so the trade was never made. Legend has it. But ABC back in the day, they just decided to break up. It was like Greasy with Brent, and it was Gary with Brad. And I don't know who was doing the games with Keith Jackson at the time. And they just decided to literally switch all three crews after everybody had been together for like 7 years. And it was like, oh, okay. So that's how Gary ended up with Brent. And then he went to Vern for 11 years. And now he'll wrap up with, it'll actually be 9 with Brad when this year's done.
So back to your baseball, the comment you made right before break that there's more competitive balance this year.
I think there is.
I agree with you. Largely because the American League has become the NFC. Who's the great team in the American League?
It threatened to be the Yankees, and then the injuries happened.
Yes.
So I don't think it will be the Yankees. Not that I don't think they're going to win 90-plus games, because they still have a few really good players, and they will pitch pretty well, and Boone really does know how to use the bullpen very effectively. Cashman and Boone have done a really good job with the bullpen for a half dozen years here. But I don't think there's a great team in the American League.
I don't either. Now, someone could surprise and end up winning 100 games, but I, when you say that, usually you think there's a couple of really good teams in each league. The American League, because of the Yankees' injuries, I don't think has a great team. I think it's wide open.
But let me ask you this. Like, I don't even think that there's potentially a great team in the American League. Like, I don't think you can't put a best case scenario together for me for any of the four contenders in the AL Central and could argue that they're going to win 97 plus games and be a great team. I wouldn't buy it. Maybe the Red Sox.
That's where I would lean.
Maybe.
I think they have the best potential right now to be a great American League team. I do.
Maybe. But, look at the West. Houston's not what they've been.
I don't think Houston makes the playoffs. I mean, I didn't pick them yesterday. I think Houston misses the playoffs.
If Seattle had gotten a couple bats, I would think Seattle would have the chance to be that team, because they do have the best pitching in baseball. But let me ask you this. We know the Dodgers can be a great team. In fact, they are a great team.
They are a great team.
Proven otherwise. Who else in the National League that you can legitimately make the case, oh, they could be a great team? And by a great team, I think you've got to win like 97 plus games, and which you're like, oh yeah, they're a real threat to win the World Series.
I think the Phillies qualify for that.
Okay. I think they're on the edge, by the way. The bottom half of that lineup concerns me.
Okay, but I think the Phillies are there.
Like, I think their outfield is one of the 6 worst in baseball. So I actually think they're going to have to go get a bat in June or July. But their pitching is outstanding.
The rest, I think there's more potential for great. Like you said, I don't see anybody in the American League Central. Well, I could see the Mets or the Braves winning 95 plus games if everything goes right.
I could see the Braves before the Mets, because the Braves, the guts of the Braves did it for 2 years before all the injuries and lack of performance last year. So I'd bet on the Braves before I'd bet on the Mets being a great team.
And then you're right. I mean, the Diamondbacks, could they? Yes, but I don't think they're there yet. The Padres lost too much for me to consider them great. I still think they are going to be challenging for a playoff spot. Nobody in the NL Central.
I actually think you touched upon a team is the Diamondbacks, believe it or not. I think the Diamondbacks, Mark, can win upper 90s. I think the Diamondbacks could win 95, 96 plus games and still finish 10 back. But I really think the Diamondbacks could. In fact, it will surprise me if the Diamondbacks are not the 4 seed in the National League.
Ryan Spader, who was on our show earlier this week, made a bold prediction on our show.
Ooh, boy,
and then backed it up on X. During the show, we kind of asked him who he didn't think was going to be as good as other expect them to be. And he said, he crunched all the numbers, and he doesn't see the Braves being much more than an 85 win team. And that shocked the both of us.
I was speechless.
But he did. I give him credit. He goes, I didn't want to tweet this out because I did not want to tweet this out because I don't want to get old takes exposed when I'm wrong. But since I already mentioned it on the air of the Miller and Moulton show, I have to stand on principle. I cannot find 85 wins for the Braves.
Wow. And I look at the Braves and go, I don't see a chance that they don't win 85 games.
Might be you being a Mets fan and having been owned by the Braves for so long.
No, there's no damage that's been done there. Although Lindor's homer last year helped. Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Smart move there, go Raiders. 2 years in a row I've lost money on the stupid Mets on opening day. They suck.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. 16 till we're done talking. Final Friday of March. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. All right, you got the 4 favorites tonight. The 1 and the 2 seeds, Auburn, Houston, Michigan State, Tennessee. Which of the 4 are you most worried about winning tonight? Which of the 4 is the best chance to be upset?
Tennessee right now, with about 37% of the vote, is leading the way. Auburn is next. Michigan State is third. And Houston, barely any votes. Most people think the Cougars are moving on.
I voted for Tennessee because Kentucky's already beaten them twice.
Me too.
But I think Ole Miss really gives Michigan State a game tonight.
Never wanted you to be more wrong.
I know.
And you were right there, but I don't have much to argue with. It comes down to Michigan State's one of the best defensive teams against the three-pointer in the country. Ole Miss lives behind the line. Who wins that battle will largely determine who wins the game. Also, Ole Miss is not a very good rebounding team. Sparty's an excellent rebounding team. So pay attention to the rebounding margin and how well Ole Miss shoots from behind the arc.
I like it. I will say this, though. Ole Miss whacked Iowa State.
Yeah, they did.
Whacked them. That's a tough team to whack.
Without their leading scorer, it's not as difficult.
True. But I almost picked Ole Miss when the brackets came out to go to the Elite Eight. I had them going to this game, but I got Michigan State. I've got Chalk. If Chalk goes through tonight, I will have all 8 Elite Eights, and so will you, right?
That's correct.
We've never done that.
No, we have not. The odds are we won't do it this year either.
You're right. The odds are somebody's getting beat tonight.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Mention Miller and Moulton, get 10% off your service. We start in 1885 today. The Salvation Army is officially organized. 1924. WGN AM begins radio transmissions in Chicago. 1950. CCNY beats Bradley for the NCAA men's basketball champion, becoming the first to win the NCAA and the NIT in the same year.
And the NIT was the bigger deal.
Today in 1972, Wilt Chamberlain played his last pro basketball game. Also today in 72, Elvis records his final top 10 hit, Burning Love. It was a cover. More Elvis news. Today in 75, after an Elvis concert at the Hilton in Las Vegas, Barbra Streisand goes backstage and offers Elvis the lead role in her upcoming film, A Star is Born. Elvis is interested, but his stupid manager, Colonel Parker, demanded too much money in top billing, so they turned Elvis down. Chris Christopherson would then get the role.
I will say, when actors and actresses reveal the gigs they turn down, I find that the most interesting stuff they say.
Bill Murray, I saw a clip of him. He turned down a movie with Eastwood. It was right after Stripes. It was a Navy comedy. And for whatever reason, Murray's like, am I just going to do military comedies? And he turned it down, and he says, he goes, obviously it didn't affect him at all, but every time I see him, I apologize. 1977, Marquette beats North Carolina for the Natty, and Al McGuire retires following the win.
And goes right into broadcasting with Billy Packer and Dick Enberg at NBC.
Also, today in 1979, the meltdown at 3 Mile Island.
Oh, so that's what we're calling it, a meltdown? Is that at 46 years later, now it's a meltdown, huh? Okay.
What do you want to call it?
Nuclear disaster.
Okay. I remember, there was nothing that dominated the news for longer to me until the hostage crisis. The 3 Mile Island thing that was it. Everybody was gone. Blondie's Rapture hits number 1 on the Hot 100 today in 1981, becoming the first chart topper with a rap in it. Today in 84, the move happened. The Colts in the middle of the night.
Mayflower.
Indianapolis with the Mayflower moving vans.
Also, if you go back 41 years, besides the facts that, what do you mean they got up and moved? But also, they moved to Indianapolis? I mean, at that time,
right,
in America, Baltimore was considered, a much bigger, much more happening. Who the hell's moving to Indianapolis?
And today in 92, Duke and Kentucky, the best college basketball game that was ever played. Leitner hits the shot, 104-103, your final. 2005, 48-year-old Fred Funk becomes the oldest winner at the Players when he wins by 1 over 3. Marlon Perkins and Jerry Sloan would have celebrated birthdays today. Rick Barry's 81. Reba McEntire is 70. Byron Scott is 64. Jeff Bukaboom is 60. I just really wanted to say Jeff Bukaboom during the show. 5 people know who he is, but that's all right. Salt, not the table, the other half of Salt and Pepper, is 59 today. Vince Vaughn is 55. Luke Walton, 45, and Lady Gaga is 39 years old today. What did I miss, David?
A few things. On this day in 1960, they laid the first Hollywood Walk of Fame star. It was for a producer. I think it was Stanley Kramer who got the first star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He produced High Noon, Cane Mutiny, So anyway, for whatever reason, he was the first guy. Ike died on this day in 69, President Eisenhower. And I think that's it. Oh, 19 years ago today, they suspended the Duke lacrosse team for the rest of the year. That was 19 years ago. You were all over that one.
Yep.
All over it.
We were separate then. I was doing mornings, you were doing afternoons. I remember you came in going, that's a pretty bold take.
Yep. And you're like, it doesn't add up to me. And because I just stayed away from it. And you were like, yeah, this ain't passing the smell test with me. I'm like, Wow. Okay. You were right.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
We go to Pittsburgh for the good. And I don't know how many Eaton Park diners there are in Pittsburgh. I know I pass one regularly when going downtown from my mother-in-law's house. But a good Samaritan and influencer on TikTok by the name of Tammy Conzer was eating at the Eaton Park Diner when she heard a server by the name of Betty, who was struggling to walk during her shift, say that she makes only $910 a month on Social Security and still has to work because her bills exceed that. She was 81 years old. The TikTok creator went online and talked about it. She has over 123 plus followers, and she gave Betty a $40 cash tip and wanted to do more. The initial clip was viewed 6.1 million times, but she won't get a payout from TikTok until mid-April to take care of Betty. So she went online and created a GoFundMe page. It raised $140,000 for the 81-year-old who is still having to go to work every day and be a waitress. Betty was shocked by it and said, now I might need a financial advisor. Great story.
Well,
for the bad,
and Mark, I believe it was 140,000 like in the initial
in
hour.
a day. Yeah, in like 24 hours.
Now it's up to like 220.
Awesome.
Yes, fantastic.
Awesome. For the bad, we go to Fort Myers, where Perry Moran was arrested at a traffic stop when deputies set up a sting to catch him selling drugs out of his home. He sold the drugs to a confidential informant on 2 occasions. He was arrested on possession, controlled substance, intention to sell drugs, and a bunch of other stuff. Finally, the ugly. And I don't normally go here. I really don't. I try to avoid stories where there's a tragic ending. There are 2 reasons why I couldn't do that today. 1, I couldn't find a story that passed the smell test for the ugly. And 2, David, what can't you fix?
Stupid.
Well, we'll never have to fix it again for these 2 men. 2 men from Oregon who went missing after going on a search for Sasquatch have been found. Unfortunately, they were found dead. The 2 men, 37 and 59, left just before Christmas to go searching for Bigfoot. According to the sheriff's office, the temperatures were cold and these men were ill-prepared for their hike out in the freezing rain to find Bigfoot.
So we sure they didn't find Bigfoot and Bigfoot finished them off?
From the looks of things, there was no evidence of Bigfoot near the 2 men who have now expired. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, March the 28th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Expired, huh?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Like a sour cream that's been in the fridge too long, David.
Well, 3 Mile Island is a meltdown, and the 2 guys who died expired, which, what's the commercial in which the ant, goes through the fridge? Expired. Right. That's what I'm going to think of next time I see that. So 6 games in the NHL tonight. Panthers hosting Utah. Huge game for the Panthers. They're tied with Tampa Bay, a point behind Toronto. But this is the game in hand that Florida has on both Toronto and Tampa Bay, who own the tiebreaker with the Panthers because they each have 1 more regulation win. That's a big deal in hockey. So Florida with a regulation win tonight would even up the tiebreaker, but would move into first place by a point. Anything less than that tonight, and Florida would be, at best in second, possibly third, if you consider tiebreakers in the division. And we got about 2.5 weeks left in the season. And they're fighting. Marchand they're leaning towards him playing tonight. We'll see if that happens, making his Florida Panthers debut. 7 games in the NBA. A couple interesting matchups. Knicks are in Milwaukee. Cleveland's in Detroit.
That's an interesting game for the Pistons. To see the Cleveland had that little skid where they weren't playing so well. They finally got off that losing streak, and they'll play hard against Detroit, I think.
Well, and that's what I would want tonight. Like, if I'm a Pistons fan tonight, I'm like, hey, Cleveland, show up tonight. Let us see what we're really up against. Let us see how far away we are. Don't mail in game 72 of the regular season, okay? Show up tonight so that we can kind of figure out where we're at, because Detroit's going to show up tonight. So
no doubt.
All right, Michigan, Auburn. Auburn favored by 8.5.
I'll take the points.
I will too.
I think Auburn wins, but I'll take the points. I think Sparty wins and covers. I think Tennessee wins and covers, reluctantly. And I think Houston wins and covers.
Michigan State, Ole Miss is the first game tonight. The Atlanta region, if you will, the South, they get the CBS treatment. They get Ole Miss, Michigan State, Michigan, Auburn. That's on CBS. Tonight, Indianapolis gets the TBS treatment. Kentucky, Tennessee, the early game. Interesting. Purdue, Houston, late game.
College hockey tournament goes today. They start at 2 o'clock on ESPNU. Bentley and Boston College, then Quinnipiac and Connecticut following that. Penn State and Maine, the late game. That's on the Deuce.
Miller and Moulton. Hey, have a great weekend. Thanks for spending part of your week with us. And we'll do it again on Monday. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.